Hello everyone, welcome back to the Vexo Overwatch Cup and happy Valentine's Day. Kicking off the matches this afternoon, I'm your host and caster, Waffles for Sid, and joining me today is the phenomenal Traffic Theory. Now folks, I'm sure you had a lot of really exciting and special Sunday Valentine's Day plans, like watching the new Attack on Titan episode, but we are absolutely thrilled to have you joining us this afternoon.
Oh man, Sid, I am extremely excited about today's grand finale day. We are going to be starting off with our beginning division and working our way through the intermediate and expert divisions. It is going to be a just riveting Overwatch all around. Don't forget that if these teams do win, there is a prize pool connected to that. So not only is the pride on the line, but a little cash is also on the line too for these teams. So it's going to be very exciting. But to start it all off, we are casting our beginning grand finals, and the two teams that have fought through the ranks, through the brackets, are Dark Allegiance Loyals and Paradise Tempest. And Sid, let me tell you a little bit about these teams. Paradise Tempest have went through the brackets with flying colors. 2-0s, 2-0s, 3-0s. So they are definitely a team to be reckoned with. But Dark Allegiance Loyals, let me tell you, they lost their second game, went to the losers bracket, beat everybody there, and are now coming in with the reverse sweep to take the W in the grand finals this afternoon.
Very nice, very classic Survivor Redemption Island style as you come back and try to take that win from those people who had it easier, arguably, so to say. But I'm super excited to see this. This is, like we said, the grand finals. So we want to see both of these teams leave it here all, in the game, on the court, in the field, in the pool. You can pick your poison or maybe where you die.
But it looks like some players are going to be dying on Busan first, which is great. Such a great diverse map. I mean, that's one of my favorite things about, these King of the Hills / Control types of maps. It's just the diversity that each individual round provides. So Busan, we'll see where we are heading first. And it does look like we are going to...
I believe this is the Sanctuary of Busan?
Yes. Thank you. My mind was drawn a little blank there, but we are going to Sanctuary. And my favorite thing about this map is the fact that you can hit the drums and they make a drum noise. So that's always great.
Time to bang the war drums before the grand finals. Get a little bit of Lord of the Rings in there with the dum 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 dum. So good. Well, such a good song. But back to the Overwatch game here. We'll have to see what they want to do and what kind of styles these teams brings to the table. We haven't seen a lot of Paradise Tempest, especially on the stream. So not sure what type of comp they're going to favor yet this afternoon.
Yeah, I'm curious too. It does look like we are headed into a little bit more of... Ooh, I am surprised, Sid. I have not Risa in meta at all. So we are looking a little bit more brawly coming in for Dark Allegiance.
Yeah, that is a good call on that. We'll have to see how long it lasts against such a mobile comp like Paradise Tempest is running. But both teams engaging around on this side here in this more sheltered area next to those war drums. I guess one of two war drums. Sticky bombs open up the fight though, taking down the shield, but good thing they have two to keep them afloat there. Dark Allegiance holding this high ground here as Paradise is keeping their presence on the point on the front line. Immortality Field has been thrown, but a member from Dark Allegiance still goes down regardless of that. That is going to be an opening opportunity for Paradise Tempest to continue pressing their assault here on this first one. Lars looking a little low, and so is, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to remind me of your name. Sick Cuz. Anyways, thank you, yes. And right now, point possession has been in favor of Paradise Tempest.
Definitely, they are. It seems like Dark Allegiance is playing a little bit slower. It also is due to the comp. Risa is not very much of a mobile character, so we are playing a little slower. And it does look like it is hurting them quite a bit. But base is being created with Infosys wall window, but that is just not enough as Paradise Tempest are just collapsing on the team. I'm really hoping that the team switches up a bit as they are right now. We are going with more of a Hog and a Rhine coming in. It's very out of meta comps, but definitely can work, especially with the speed that we do have with Delta Lex on that Lucio. Going full on brawl here. I am curious how they are gonna work with Culture, who is just really harassing the backline, causing that chaos for CX Cuss to just rain from above with those stickies.
Yeah, and good. Looks like the Roadhog did actually switch over to Zarya instead, so a little more traditional brawl comp, but Red is still continuing to press that assault, looking really solid as 2 more kills come in favor. Paradise Tempest cleaning the board.
Oh,
and
man.
an Earth Shatter at the end?
Whoa! There must. Oh yeah, the dupe, the celebratory
there
Earth
it
Shatter
is.
coming from some CX Cuz. You know, Paradise Tempest is just up in the alt economy right now. Dark Allegiance just was, switching so frequently that they are lost with ults right now. I'm hoping that they're able to utilize their abilities, but no! Curry is going in with the flux and just taking this point. Ryan is trying to swing right now, Sid.
Oh, yeah, and he is just getting pressured backwards, continuing, but Eldwork does get taken down. It is looking great for Paradise as they are going to try to clear the remaining members of Dark Allegiance Loyals.
Oh man, yeah, this is definitely a cleanup, and first round will be going to Dark Paradise. I'm hoping that next round, Sid, especially with these control maps, there's such a time limit. You got to get to 100%, and we got to make switches quickly, and engages quickly to be able to keep up with that percentage that's just ticking. With the swaps with our main tanks, we never got a main tank or any sort of tank ults built in the allotted time that was for that last round. We are on mecha base though, Sid, that this is definitely more of a brawly comp. I do think that it'll really play in favor of Dark Allegiance's comfort, what it seems to be that brawly comp. And Ganjin and Couscous will play very well here because we have some nice areas for Mei to utilize that wall, and some little flanky spots, especially for Couscous.
Couscous, so nice they named it twice. Hopefully he can bring a lot of value to that brawl style, just like you were talking about there. But right now, looks like the Dark Allegiance is opting to go around towards this high ground area. Are they aware that Paradise's Ball and Tracer combo are there, continuing to put pressure on them, just like the dynamic duo that you see very regularly in Overwatch these days? Dark Allegiance pressing all the way around into Paradise Tempest side and making practically a full loop around. They have members going down the left and right as it looks like this rotation did not pay off.
Oh man, it does look like Paradise Tempest has some Ackerman in their blood as they're going for the first bloods every time. What I'm hoping that Dark Allegiance will recognize is that Implicity and Delta Lex are being targeted first and foremost by Lars and Culture every time from the back. So Ganjin and Couscous really need to pill for their supports more to be able to establish point. But no, they are fighting on point right now, and brawls are happening.
Yeah, and you can see here that Dark Allegiance is trying to continue and keep their presence on the point, but it is shut down very quickly as the members of Paradise Tempest collapse all around them.
Oh man, yeah, definitely going to be a reset coming in. But good news is that Implicity does have that Coalescence. That could definitely be a ult to be able to push in aggressively with the team, and also potentially with the damage outburst, that hopefully the team will be able to, that'll enable the team, they'll raise those ult economies. But CX Cuz has that dupe. We saw him dupe the Rhine to begin last time, so I'm guessing that there will definitely be a duped Rhine coming soon.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes open for that. And there's the Coalescence that you mentioned earlier, trying to put in some work, but she gets taken down immediately after that with Success putting in massive work from the Paradise Tempest team. It looks like it's going to be, Success popping that sound barrier as well as that dupe Lucio. He's giving his team so much value between the sound barrier and the DPS damage he's been putting in.
Whew, it does look like CX Cuz did potentially maybe pick the wrong character, but like Tim Gunn says from Project Runway, he made it work, and it happened, and he even saved the team with defensive ult. But we got a ball coming in from Bake, so this could definitely be a great utilization to be able to create this space, and here it is, last fight territory.
Yeah, and well, Dark Allegiance has to do everything they can to have some kind of presence on this point. That minefield is absolutely discouraging for them. Some of it has been cleared, but gotta be careful. The frozen ball is taken down though, as Gaijin manages to help flip this point for Dark Allegiance.
Wow, what great plays coming in from Cuckoo's here. I'm really hoping he really takes advantage of this high ground that the team has created for him to just really terrorize CS Cuz, who is just doing so much damage output. But we have alls coming in. Ganjin, we saw some great blizzards coming in from yesterday's matches, so this is such a great... oh no, but she went down! Oh no, but we got Shatter. No worries, we gotta get a Shatter here to be able to keep this alive, and it is a Shatter Sid!
There it is, the Shatter with a high noon combo as well. What a pack, what a punch to pack there from those two people. Couscous though gets booped into the members of Paradise Tempest, and they've taken down two. Sound barrier has to be given by Dark Allegiance to continue staying in this fight and discouraging Paradise from trying to push and capitalize on those two most recent kills. They're backing off here. They know they need to continue regrouping a little bit, but Eldorf goes down. That is absolutely devastating with the Lucio following soon. Dark Allegiance doesn't have a lot of sustainability here on the point as their tank had gone down. The clutch Zenyatta from Ridgemon, keeping everyone alive through that blizzard. Nice job. Can Eldorf continue to put any kind of presence on this point here and hold it down himself? He is valiantly trying. There are members all around him of Paradise Tempest. There's that Earth Shatter coming in from the duplicated success again, and it looks like Paradise is going to be able to cap this second point here in Busan.
Oh man, Sid, what great plays coming in from Paradise Tempest. I can only imagine their comms right now. The target focus coming in and the call-outs for those players that weren't really, for instance, as they were pushing around when the fight started off of Mecha Base, the call-outs to get those supports lingering in the back create all around, and they just consistently showed that target focus that you really need to be able to control the tempo of a fight and really just collapse on teams and just press that W. Congrats on the first map going to Paradise Tempest, but we are gonna head into the next map here. It is a best of 5 here, folks, for this grand finals. So the losing team will be picking that next map, which I believe is Escort. So we will hang tight for a moment as they pick that map. But wow, what I am hoping coming out from Dark Allegiance Loyals is maybe, especially if it is a dive-friendlier map, maybe we will see a little bit more of a change versus the brawliness they have. I'm not sure the Orisa really worked that first time around, especially since Orisa is very much like a bunker type of comp. But speaking of which, King's Row is that infamous brawl comp that we all see. Ryan Zarya, Lucio, maybe an Ana, maybe a Moira for the win. So I'm definitely thinking that this will be a map that will play more to Dark Allegiance's Loyal's advantage of what it seems like they are more comfortable with. So we will see. I am curious what the DPS will go, Sid, though. Are we going to see more of a Junkrat breaking down that shield? Maybe a Hanzo? Maybe the Echo? There could even be a Pharah. Who knows?
Ooh,
we'll
man.
see.
In this grand finals match, I would love to see, everybody really bring their A game and pop off on the characters they choose. King's Row, you mentioned how good Paradise Tempest was collapsing around and onto the enemy, and King's Row doesn't always allow so much easy collapse as things like the Mecha Base, right? The Mecha Base literally has the point of the control in the bottom of a bowl of high ground. And we saw Paradise Tempest running a lot of very quick comps as well. You saw that ball, you saw that tracer, and they were absolutely taking advantage of their speed and the geography of the map to, successfully time and time again continue to collapse from all angles in sync onto Dark Allegiance. So I would also like to see some of their, I would like to hope that their comms are picked up a little bit in regards to those flanking characters.
Definitely.
And hopefully a little better recognition on, okay, they're about to dive us and we need to either instigate so they can't and they actually have to retaliate against that, or, it's time to prepare. Typically, you
Definitely.
don't want to be the reactionary side of the team. You always want to instigate, don't retaliate.
That is very true. And also, we've talked about it in other games, but really just recognizing those threats that are happening right now that are just really hurting the team. And I would argue that Culture, Lars, and CX Cuz have been those threats. Culture has been great at just being a great ball and causing chaos. We've all had those balls on either the enemy team or on our team. When it's on our team, it's wonderful. But if it's on the enemy, it's very annoying. Coming into the back line, really disrupting the positioning that you have coming. Making the DPS or tanks pill for those supports, and which could definitely cause an uproar and an opening for the enemy team to come in. So hopefully, that doesn't look like we will have more balls, another ball coming in, or Hammond. But we will see.
Absolutely. And just like you called earlier, Dark Allegiance Loyals running that brawl comp right out of the gate. Hopefully Couscous can get some massive blades here. But the fight is going to break out soon. Doors have opened. Paradise Tempest going for that Hanzo Echo. So a lot of damage potential. And, well, I doubt that shield is going to last too long from Eldwarf. Both teams engaging around as Dark Legion's Loyals backs off behind the hotel a bit, trying to gain a bit of color. Great block of that boulder from Eldwarf, but do they know that Hanzo is on the high ground, just peppering them from above? Eldwarf does draw first blood here onto Lars, and what a great job by Baka there, trying to continue pushing forward, but unfortunately that Hanzo is absolutely uncontested. Success up there just raining from above. No one going up to contest him. And the Genji, he tries valiantly and gets a rock to the face. That is going to have to be a reset here for Dark Legion's Loyals.
Wow, what great positioning coming in from CX Cuz, being able to come up and take that high ground, take that away from Couscous in general, and just rain from above, really taking damage to Eldorf's shield, which is just so deadly when we're playing a shield war with these types of rally comps. And Lars coming up already with that dupe. We definitely know that it'll be deadly. We probably but coming in from Implicity. Wow, Sid.
I mean, as great as that ante was, hitting 5 members of Paradise Tempest, 2 of Dark Legion's Loyals had already gone down. So if anything, it was a great way to just stall out, give Dark Allegiance a bit more time to try to regroup. It's not looking too successful though, as Anna and Zarya are just desperately trying to back away from some of this. The Maywall from Gaijin definitely helping mitigate that damage and aid their retreat.
100%, and what I'm really hoping that happens right now is Dark Allegiance recognizes how far away this payload still is and collapses on these folks that are just taking the space away that they need. Eldorf we have a Nano Blade actually coming up here, and Remington doesn't have that. So if Dark Allegiance recognizes that they're without a trance right now, this could work out very well. But as I'm speaking, trance is already here and ready.
Oh, yeah, and the Flux is popped additionally on top of that. Kills coming in for Paradise Tempest, though, as they just are continuing to cut down members of Dark Allegiance. There's the blade as well, the duplicate blade. Ooh. Holy smokes, Lars trying to just put the team on his back.
Oh man, yeah. He definitely does some great back exercises to be able to carry this team right now. But not really, because CX, Cousin Culture, and the whole group are just really working as such a great team and showcasing what they're able to do. But coming up, we have a trans. It's all going to be about Rigidon to be able to protect the team from this. They probably very much know that there is a Nano Blade coming in from Couscous.
Yeah, and well, there it is, the Dragon Strike coming through, tearing through the middle area of the cart push here. Right now, Paradise Tempest getting really aggressive. The sound barrier has to come through, trying to save members of Dark Allegiance, but 2 have already gone down. Success is absolutely uncontested here, and honestly, both aerial supports need to get pressure. Well, both DPS from Paradise Tempest need to get pressured. Hanzo's up there on the high ground, feels kind of like an aerial.
No, 100%, and I'm not even sure, will somebody be able to touch right here? It's nobody's win ball. Oh no, there's a ball coming. Yes, they are able to touch here as we're going into overtime, or not overtime, just trying to cap this point here. Trans comes out and Blizzard is popped with baiting that all. Will this be enough for Dark Allegiance to carry this right now? Kills are coming in favor here, but no. Paradise Temple is still keeping alive here. 2 more kills coming in from Couscous and Implicity. The Hanzo is still rating above Sid. What are they going to do about this Hanzo? They need to take him down to be able to potentially pick this point, but the boop comes in big from Baka. Great hold right here. They are able to keep this point alive here and burning down this time here, Sid. Wow, what great Skull Cactus coming in from Dark Allegiance soils.
Yeah, absolutely. And shout out to Lars for the Lucio duplicate again, and then booping off the Mei. Really nice job when you picked to copy the support there. Not always the first choice you see. Engagement coming through. Hammond pulling a specialty and getting away with his life. No problem there. The Flux is coming through though. Catches a few members, but Eldwarf is there to shut down a lot of people from Paradise. Kills coming through for Dark Allegiance, and it looks like they are going to be able to continue holding this third point.
Yeah, definitely holding this third point still and really utilizing the spawn advantage that they have to, to their advantage. It's okay to get some kills potentially at this point, especially when they are up in the kills. So we have quite a bit of ults coming in, like dragons could definitely be deadly to split this team up right now. So we will see. Oh, and there it is. Speaking of the devil, there's the dragon splitting the team with the window to follow.
Yeah, the window is going to be tough for them to continue pushing or trying to defend against, but that minefield coming in from Baka absolutely zoned Paradise Tempest from being able to continue forward. He did get taken down though as a response, and well, Dark Allegiance doesn't care that they're man down. They're getting aggressive. Eldwarf says, hit the W key, we're going forward, and it is successful as they continue to take down members of Paradise Tempest.
Whew, as a Rhine main I knew once said, press the W key and that's a win. And it does seem like Eldwarf is pressing that W key and getting aggressive and really trusting in Implicity and Delta Lex to be able to get aggressive to create that value with Ryan. Already another shatter coming up, very close, but it's all about these Delta Lex's protection right now. We know Lars is coming in with a dupe, and oh no, is Baka gonna be? Oh no, what a first pick.
That's tough. Lars does decide to copy the Reinhardt though. An excellent choice as the high noon was popped in response. He does get lifted up in the air, doesn't find any kills from it though. Oh, what a great response from Delta Lex. Elko is spooked off since she can't fly when she's copied, and another successful repel of Paradise Tempest by Dark Allegiance.
Wow,
what ultimate
what a boot. Yeah, what a lot of old investments coming in from both sides here. We do have CX Cousins high noon right now, which could be deadly to Eldor's shield, which could be an opening, but it looks like Paradise Tempest is going full brawl here with the EMP coming up. It looks like they will be playing around the Sombra to be able to take this last point on King's Row.
Yeah, well, with 1 minute left, they're going to have to charge that EMP very quickly. That is something Sombra can typically do. Success, not finding much success with that high noon, but it's just high noon, not particularly a super valuable ult all the time, sometimes just used to reload. But right now, the Amp Matrix is popped! Both Reinhardt stun each other, and Couscous is the one to take him down through that Amp Matrix, that damage boost. Absolutely beneficial and helping them continue defending this third point here.
Wow, yeah, they are... Dark Allegiance right now is playing aggressive, and this is working out so great in their favor. Really taking advantage of Gaijin's wall. Great wall placement as well for the team to just collapse, get those shields down, and Implicity and Delta Lex just keeping this Rhine up to be able to inflict such damage that is just really burning this time down. This is last fight territory that we are entering now, Sid, but EMP could be a game changer here.
Oh yeah, 82%. There, Lars is close to doing it. The stun comes through, and more kills coming in favor of Dark Allegiance. That sound barrier is, well, just nullified to a degree as 3 members are caught by the Lars's EMP. It's not going to matter. They held King's Row here. Only 2 points left, or only 2 points capped by Paradise Tempest.
What a change up coming in, Sid. That second point capping with 5+ minutes on the clock, but it seemed like Dark Allegiance just really got their groove, their synergy. The warm-up was done and real gameplay was coming out as the aggression was coming in, just working out into their favor. Really taking advantage of the character composition that Paradise Tempest initially had with that Arisa. Very slow pace, and they were just collapsing on it. Utilizing Delta Lex's Lucio and speed boost to be able to push Eldwarf in and out and getting just so much damage. Eldorf had a shatter almost every time that the fight was about to begin. So great job overall. We are going to see Paradise Tempest defense coming in now. So we will see if CX Cuz's shield break on the Hanzo, which was quite deadly last time, Sid, especially for that first initial take, will be deadly enough to stop Dark Allegiance's cap at this point, or if just this newfound aggression and newfound team coming in together. Losing my words here.
No, totally.
Taking the point initially, Sid.
Yeah, well, I'm also wondering if the King's Row map geography is definitely playing to their strengths, and maybe Busan just is one of those maps that really accentuates some of those weaknesses. And, well, we could have a reverse sweep here. That would be very exciting to see them come back after that first map loss. Fight's breaking down. The hook is successful, but Ana absolutely antis him right away, and that Maywall keeping him from continuing to retreat back into his team for any help. What an excellent opening pick there as Dark Allegiance is starting to cap this point here. Skill's still coming through. They're still fighting. Wow. Lars trying to do his best, but he is a squishy Widowmaker, getting a bit of cover fire by his Hanzo. Oh, and gets to turn around and take down Eldwarf. Dark Allegiance does have the spawn advantage if they can continue getting any kills in their favor. Can't quite hit the shots right under them. Tougher was that Sniper Maker, but great smart positioning by Dark Allegiance, trying to stay out of those sight lines as much as possible. Success trying to snipe those 2 DPS here. Takes down Couscous mid-step. No questions asked, but he's looking a little lonely. Pops those dragons to tear through the center of the point and takes down the Zarya as well. It is looking great for both teams as, well, Paradise Tempest manages to come back and prevent the full cap of this point. Just a sliver.
7.4 coming in with Paradise Tempest be able to take that away. But you know what? We saw that aggression coming in. And ults are coming online for Dark Allegiance loyals. But wow, CX Cuz and Lars coming in with just great DPS play, really taking advantage of that high ground. They already know that Dark Allegiance doesn't really have that ability to get up there, and they were just leveraging that, which is such a great play, utilizing that coverage. And even Delta Lux getting punished when he was trying to, take off Lars or even CX Cuz. Man.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to see how well. There is Success taking down Baka right out of the gate. So 1 tank down. Actually, not surprising considering the fact that Eldwarf has that shield. So typically able to have a little bit more longevity as far as, protecting his team. But no one's there to protect Baka. Are they going to regroup to help him below? Do they know? Okay, Maywall comes through, just saving him from that.
Oh, but Culture has these mines here, and he knows exactly where they are. In this tight space on Stairwell, this could be a very deadly place for him to put mines. I'm a little worried. But you know what? Change of positioning here for Dark Allegiance.
Yeah, they decided to come forward and go through this statue area, not towards the high ground. Minefield has been popped, and, well, Dark Allegiance isn't able to push on this most recent attempt.
Wow. But you know what, Sid? CX Cuz's ability or usage of his dragons has just been so powerful for Paradise Temple's engagements and just stall of this point. 1 minute coming on the clock for Dark Allegiance to be able to cap this point, but lots of ults in their favor. Nanoblade, Beat, all the tank ults to be able to take this space as long as they have no first blood here, or they don't die here.
Yeah, well, the huge ante comes in and the sound barrier to reinforce the members of Dark Allegiance. Right now, it could still be anyone's fight as that Zenyatta from Ridgemont has popped his trance. Eldwarf goes down here in this opening of the fight, and so does Gaijin. It is looking tough for Dark Allegiance as, well, it doesn't seem like they can contain these snipers.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like they can contain these snipers, but they have a Nanoblade coming up here. Unfortunately, they don't have no more that is their win condition right now. They have to get this Nanoblade to pop off and get to get this. to be able to tap this
Absolutely.
point.
Oh, Hammond comes through with a big pile driver at the end, not finding too much there, just giving the distraction and eating up that sleep dart. There is the nano-plated Genji, very classic there, and it is going to be all up to Kustus to put this fight on his back here. The dragons are tearing through the point, and he is still trying to find value as this Genji, deflecting his little heart out as much as he can. Everyone is bopping around the point, and, well, that Hanzo needs to be taken down. Paradise Tempest is just absolutely letting him, or is enabling him to run free with that Mercy Pocket on top of it. Right now, Baka is doing their best. Both tanks, the Earth Shatter comes through, but there's no one left to follow up. He goes down right after, and Dark Allegiance, or I'm sorry, Paradise Tempest has won this second map.
Wow, what plays coming in from Paradise Tempest, just really taking advantage and leveraging that high ground to just keep the point in their possession. The other thing that they had in favor is that Ira was not contested on the Mercy at all. She was pocketing that, or they were pocketing that the Hanzo the whole time on the high ground, and unfortunately, I didn't really see Dark Allegiance's Genji taking advantage of that high ground, or really forcing them off, unfortunately, or even the Lucio.
Totally.
I would argue that that was the big, unfortunately, the downfall coming in from Dark Allegiance on that last point.
Yeah, well, I have to say, in their defense, both of those snipers were absolutely watching each other's back like a hawk. They had a lot of high communication. We saw them retreating either at off angles from each other or even sometimes right. We saw Widowmaker grapple right up to her Hanzo, and he popped that Storm Arrow at the person chasing her. So I have to say, maybe Dark Allegiance needed to put a little bit more resources into, more help against the snipers. I think that poor Genji, I think he just needed a little more help. And when you're running that brawl comp, you don't have those super mobile tanks to be making those dives or those plays.
Definitely, 100% there. But congrats to Paradise Tempest for taking this second map. This is the best of 5, so Dark Allegiance loyals already has shown they're shown what they can do in a reverse sweep situation. So this could 100% be a reverse sweep situation. So they are 100% still in this game right now. As we are going to, I believe, Hybrid coming up next for our third map.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Dark Allegiance, they fought their way back from that loser's bracket. And I would absolutely love to see, an underdog story turn this around and come back to win it all here in our beginner division grand finals.
Definitely. And you know what? I messed up on maps. We just did hybrid, so we are going to escort.
Oh, yeah. It'll be interesting.
They have a payload in it. Same thing.
I mean, hybrid is half of each, right?
True. But it is going to be really interesting to see what map choice Dark Allegiance chooses. Because we are already seeing that they definitely are more of that brawl-friendly comp.
Right.
I'm not sure if they will... I am a little curious. Will it be Rialto? Rialto can... But also that verticality is playing against the
well, after
composition.
playing against both of those snipers, I doubt that they're going to be picking Junkertown or Havana.
That's very true.
Because that was absolutely... some of those moments by those snipers were a bit oppressive for Dark Allegiance, and I would not want to enable them in that way. Not to mention those maps aren't even super great for the Dark Allegiance brawl preference that we, have been
Hollywood
seeing.
could be pretty ideal for them. They have
That's
that choke to
hybrid,
be able...
though.
Oh, that's right. You know what? You're very right. Yes. Yes.
So I'm not really sure which map they're going to pick.
Maybe Route 66. That could be a potential. Although it does have that high ground again.
It's not I don't think it's as crushing or as beneficial as the ones though on at least Hanamura. That long alleyway in Hanamura is not one you want to walk up and get bullet rained on.
That's true. But man, we will see what they choose. I am a little curious to see if they will be a little bit more flexible with their tank lineup. Because if we had a little bit more flexibility and maybe even played that ball, there is potential that Gaijin and Kuskus' choice in DPS could have value in the engagements. That ball just creates such chaos right now, and that is why he's just very good in meta in
Not to
general.
mention his like one of his
Nowadays.
small specialties to go in, pepper, get antied or fall super low, and then run away and get a health pack, no problem.
Exactly, yeah. Unless you have a Brig. Actually, it could be a change up in supports. Maybe if we go that Anna Brig, that could also be pretty deadly for a ball coming in and really just destroying that back line. We could just flip it around and just say, well, supports are it. We can protect ourselves. And we do go with something like that.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been in that position where nobody peels
100%.
for you, and that's the only option. But obviously, these guys practice together, and, well, they're here to look out for each other. They know to do that.
100%. But I am pretty excited about what is to come on this next map. But folks, teams are going to be taking a brief break for a moment. So grab some snacks, grab a drink, and we will be back in the next couple minutes.
and welcome back to the Vexo Overwatch Cup. We are bringing you our third map here. We're going to see our Paradise Tempest face off against Dark Allegiance Loyals for this beginner division grand finals match.
Wow, we are right now. Paradise Tempest is up 2, but Dark Allegiance, they've already showcased their ability to reverse sweep. So I definitely wouldn't be surprised if we do get a Dark Allegiance win map here and we move on to the 4th map and even potentially the map 5. But we are going on to Rialto, which is one of the more infamous sniper maps, especially for that very beginning point. But could definitely, flex to, definitely an Echo. If we want to have a little bit more Sky Rain, or, it really just depends. It's somewhat of a flexible map, so I am curious what we will be seeing from these teams. It does seem like Paradise Tempest have that more flexibility to change the style of their play with, going from maybe a little bit of dive, a little bit of more brawly in those showcases. But Dark Allegiance seems to be really comfort picks with that brawl. So I am a little curious how they're going to be able to especially push this time around. Ball is really deadly with that initial pick. Hopefully we don't see any boops, as much as I do love seeing boops. But especially for that initial pick on when you are attacking that bridge. So we will see how Dark Allegiance really combats this map.
Absolutely. We saw, arguably some massive amounts of boops for King's Row for just 2 little spots in the very third point that you can be booped. Saw quite a few come out from these teams, but I gotta say, I think Paradise Tempest is looking to maintain that perfect record that they had during this Vexo Overwatch Cup.
True.
And continue to try to just sweep the board and establish themselves as the dominating team in this division.
Definitely, and it does look like we are going to the typical brawl that Dark Allegiance has played coming throughout this whole tournament. Gaijin with that Mei again. There is a couple of places here to be able to utilize that wall. They have been utilizing that wall very valuably to be able to capture some of those players away from their team and split it as the team collapses. But I still am not sure if Mei is the most valuable choice for this map, especially for this first corner on Rialto.
Yeah, well, I have to say my concern is stemming from the lack of hit scan abilities from Dark Allegiance.
Yes, with the Pharah.
With the Pharah combat coming through. It looks like it's going to be in Felicity with, wow, they were completely spotted out. Everyone was absolutely spotted by that Hanzo arrow. They knew where they were, not sneaky at all, and the boops are coming through left and right. Both teams have gotten one in their pocket, but it is this Pharah that is going to be death from above as she is continuing to rain down, forcing that immortality field and removing it just as quickly. In Felicity, just absolutely bullied by Lars here on this Pharah.
Oh man, it does look like Cuckoos is coming on to the McCree here. I'm hoping that Dark Allegiance will just potentially all die and reset to begin with. A lot of kills are coming in favor of Paradise Tempest, and they are being pushed into a little bit of a corner, so hopefully nobody stalls this out to really create a staggering effect.
Yeah, well, it's not looking so hot there for Eldwarf as he gets taken down as well. And, Paradise Tempest is going to look to continue pressing their assault, getting the space they need forward, and not letting Dark Allegiance get a chance to try to recontest for this first checkpoint.
Yeah, Dark Allegiance is going full on with the assault for hit scan here. Gaijin going with the Ashe and McCree on the Couscous. But Lars is just still raining from above here. Oh man, oh no!
Oh, wow. He gets that Ashe right out of the gate, but the sound barrier, super clutch coming in from Delta Lex. What a great reaction time, mitigating the majority of that damage.
Oh man, they are forcing Paradise Tempest to re-engage now, and Lars is going to this Tracer. Great choice in switching, especially when there are 2 hit scans coming for your head. So we've seen Lars on this Tracer. He's quite deadly to be able to just attack this backline. So if they are able to get Implicity to begin with, this could definitely be a first point going into Paradise Tempest.
Totally. Couscous is going to have to be aware of Lars on that Tracer, putting pressure on the backline. It's going to be his flashbang that's probably one of the primary counters to prevent her from just being an onslaught and a nasty nuisance, those dragons tear through, clearing a lot of area, and Success just continues to put in the work looking for that kill, and it is going to be a first checkpoint cap for Paradise Tempest.
Wow, Success creating success for his team as the team caps this first point and coming in. Lars is trying to get a little bit of poke damage here, but ults are coming in favor of both teams right now. It is all about this defensiveness coming in from Dark Allegiance, so they have to play defensive, especially with having these ults coming online with Lars, and of course Success. Success has had 2 dragons, I believe, at this point, so we gotta really put a stop to this. But we have a amplification matrix coming in from Infelicity, which could be really beneficial for the whole team to pause this or burn this time that Paradise Tempest has created with 3:26 and counting on the clock.
Totally, and Dark Allegiance Loyals has decided to go to more of a bunker style comp here without Orisa. The pulse bomb, it only finds the immortality field, but Success is there to follow up, and so is Lars on that remaining damage. Great reaction time, but wasn't quite enough to keep them alive as the kills are still coming through for Paradise.
What a great nano coming in from Ridgemon. Monkey nano is just so deadly, especially for squishies that that Dark Allegiance has right there, especially when Eldorf went down initially. So deadly. And oh no, staggering pick coming in for Lars as well, as he killed Eldorf to begin with.
Yeah, well, I thought that Delta Lexus switched onto the Brig would help mitigate some of Lars's effectiveness, considering that, Shield Bash alone is a threat, but jeez, another headshot coming out from Success. That is just putting Dark Allegiance behind even more. They have to be careful when they're peeking. Little bit left here in this next engage is, well, it could be, they're trying to push this here to the last fight. They still have plenty of time though if they need to re-engage. Infelicity finds the kill and pops that Ant Matrix. That's gonna force Paradise to back off a bit and let that run out. They're coming in from all sides though. Dark Allegiance continuing to press the W and stem the bleeding Paradise caused.
Oh man, great window coming from Infelicity. Just really causing, Paradise Tempest to play around that corner and just really disengage their engagement. Ooh, what a pick onto Culture as he tries to roll away, but also great tempo play coming in from Paradise Tempest to be able to avoid any of those staggers that can be created and just have the whole team die. Really great reset coming in, especially having these ults that are being built for this next fight.
Yeah, well, the switch from by Culture to the Sigma should yield a little bit different tactics than we have been seeing previously by Paradise. Maybe a little bit slower here. Obviously not the Hammond and Tracer combo we had seen because Lars is on that McCree. But Eldorf taking a horde of damage thanks to that Fortify. He's able to make it out, and that Immortality Field did not hurt either. He's trying to hold the front line as best he can. Couscous pops the high noon in the back. The Immortality Field keeping a lot of people alive. He does find Lars, but looks like Lars is brought back into this fight just as quickly by Ira. She wants to see what he can do and have him keep bringing that high value to her team.
Oh my god, what plays coming in from Infelicity, or excuse me, Brigadamon to be able to save the team with a Immortality Field. Just great plays coming there to keep fight alive for them.
Yeah, and well, that Ant Matrix was used by Dark Allegiance through that hallway, so very discouraging trying to push through such a narrow alleyway on that front. But right now, it is them holding the high ground here. Paradise backed off, knowing that that was not the ideal time to strike. They're looking for it now, poking around. The Hulk comes through, grouping a few people up, and the shield gets broken on top of it. Both teams just, well, continuing to pepper each other and bait out abilities, trying to find that. Oh, there's the Death Blossom. He finds Ira, but gets taken down himself. They're down a main healer, and they don't care. They're pressing the W as the Gravitic Flux comes through. Culture finds a couple, and, well, kills are now rolling through for Paradise Tempest. Baka is doing his best to try to continue to mitigate with that whole hog, but it is looking rough for Dark Allegiance. They're getting back into their spawn, and holy smokes, Success takes down 2 with those storm arrows. Pretty easy to see them when they're about to run out of that hallway that you know is their spawn, but nonetheless, absolutely devastating for Dark Allegiance here. The dragons are coming out, continuing to discourage people from coming out that right side spawn door, as long as finding more kills in the back. That Eldorf Reinhardt charge, not even a chance to touch the cart.
Wow. Take a breath, girl. That was quite a bit of fight there for Paradise Tempest and Dark Allegiance. You know, Dark Allegiance coming in, especially having that spawn advantage. I was really expecting the touch, but Paradise Tempest played it well to be able to really push up, utilizing some of their supports back on the payload to be able to keep pushing it. But DPS and tanks coming up to take the space away and to avoid any sort of spawn advantage that Dark Allegiance might have had. Wow, success, just having such a great success coming in with Alonso, just really burning that shield coming in from both the Orisa and Sigma, and just that is all you need, especially in these type of shield war battles coming in. Just great Overwatch overall, and great defense coming in from Dark Allegiance, really burning that time bank that there was once that initially had, and also for that initial fight, they almost denied the initial first cap coming in from Paradise Tempest. The question is now is, I'm pretty sure we're not going pirate ship. Okay, yes, we are not going pirate ship.
Absolutely. That's a tease for sure.
What a tease. But success going on the Torbjorn, that could definitely be a great space-taking character, especially for his Molten Core. That could just be so deadly, that can burn you so quickly, and just really take the space away from what you're wanting, especially when, you know, trying to play defensively. And that turret just can be so annoying.
Oh yeah, and well,
100%.
the turret is also really good at the scoping out and just discouraging some of the backline peppering that will probably occur. Dark Allegiance is running that Hammond, and well, we know Hammond will be booping people from behind out of position. Turret doesn't last too long, though. It doesn't typically in its first placement. There's the boop from behind coming through. What a beautiful boulder coming out, stunts him mid-air as he's trying to drop down. And Paradise Tempest is going to clean up this fight.
Wow, what great play coming in from Paradise Tempest. Just clean this up in success. I'm sure he was looking for the hammer kill, and this kill feed shows that he got that hammer kill. The question is, how many other ones will he be going for this round? And will Dark Allegiance put a stop to it? You know, Gonjin and Couscous, I'm hoping that maybe we have a little bit of burst damage. I'm thinking maybe even a Junkrat could be beneficial to just create that havoc from behind. But Lars just really raining from above right now and taking advantage of this high ground, which could be so deadly for these for this team coming in trying to push the corner.
Yeah, and he is absolutely taking advantage of that mercy pocket as well. He has been very well protected and well, quite healthy on top of it. Right now, Dark Allegiance still trying to push forward, but they've lost some members. They're gonna have to reset.
Yeah, Lars's Bob that he farmed very quickly. Great ult to just take the space away. Already a minute and a half already burned from the clock from Paradise Tempest, as they have just denied the payload moving any further than this corner for Dark Allegiance. We do have a nano potentially coming up, which could create some space with maybe Rhine, which would be beneficial. But we gotta hopefully Dark Allegiance takes first blood instead of the opposite, because that has been what has been really rough for them organizing this first engage.
Yeah, and I mean, props to Paradise Tempest for seeing those opportunities and capitalizing on them. But when you're trying to do a full team push here, sometimes this is the best you've got. You can see that they don't have a tank with their second tank with them as she's coming through. And, well, engagement has been thrown. Lars and, well, both DPS from Paradise Tempest just mowing down Dark Allegiance again. Ooh, putting in a lot of work there. Doesn't even let Baka escape.
Oh man, 1:30 on the clock for Dark Allegiance to take this first point, and Lars already has another Bob being built. Bob is just such a powerful ult, and it's gonna be all about the Bob right now. And blood might come off the bat immediately, but no, teams are keeping their head hidden. But Bob coming in, it's all gonna be about the Bob, like I said. But hopefully Mines from Baka is able to really create the space that Dark Allegiance really needs right now to take this point or move the payload any further.
Yeah, well, like we said earlier, Paradise Tempest is looking to maintain that perfect record they've had through this Vexo Overwatch Cup. The minefield comes through. There's the zoning that we talked about earlier, but doesn't get too much. That turret just putting in lots of work, taking them down slow and steadily. Culture putting in some nice pepper damage here from the cart as Dark Allegiance is grouped up on this high ground. Hopefully they can rally themselves and engage aggressively for this next push here, but knowing that... Oh man, is he? Okay, he's getting sneaky, grouping up, around with his team here. Doesn't want to get caught out too far. And gonna look for that flux. There it is. Finds the Reinhardt in the sky. Bob is a nice bonus present there, but takes down a big member of Dark Legion's Loyals. No tank for them, and no tanks at all for them now. We have 13 seconds left. Tropic, they have got to stay on the point and want to contest if they want to have any chance at staying in this map here and in this game. Paradise Tempest looking to continue pushing forward, preventing that assault and preventing even the opportunity for them to touch.
Wow, what a bold comment from Paradise Tempest, and it does look like they will keep their solid 3-0 for the whole Vexo tournament, as they are our beginning grand finals winners for our first Vexo
and I would
tournament.
like to say, let's call that a pristine record there, as they went a lot of zeros against the other matches they had. I'm sorry, they forced the other team into zeros. Not the other way. Obviously, congratulations to Paradise Tempest, like you said, our beginner division grand finals champions. Woo!
Man, congratulations to the team for competing so hard and fighting for that title of beginning grand finals champions. And honestly, great plays coming in from Dark Legion's Loyals. Losing from the winners bracket, winning through all of the losers bracket and coming back to this point, what a team. I'm excited to see them coming up in upcoming tournaments and how they've improved from, a tournament like this. Scrims versus tournament mindset, two totally different things. And so success of coming to this second place team right now. They are the second place team for this Vexo tournament. They should definitely be proud of themselves. And I'm excited to see what they learn from this tournament experience and how they will play moving forward.
Yeah, I totally agree with you there. And all in all, I think that they did a really good job trying to continue grouping up and swapping to combat the things that Paradise Tempest were bringing to the table. But Paradise Tempest, just their DPS were absolutely nutty. Both of them popping off constantly. If wasn't one, it was the other, either covering them or let's not forget that beautiful Mercy Pocket that constantly happened as well. DPS can't get work done without their supports.
But you know what? Also, on the flip side, Infelicity and Delta Lex, they were doing a great job at really minimizing the damage output coming in from these mid-fight engagements. With that Flux, the Beat and the Immortality build, really keeping the team alive, or the chance to stick in, as well as Eldorf. Eldorf was doing a great job at really engaging, creating some space, but Culture had the chaoticness of that ball that just really had a little bit of leg up right now for this match.
Yeah,
but
and
folks,
I want to say one more thing. You were absolutely right about Dark Allegiance's support line, and holy smokes, their reactions were beautiful and so fast when some of those ultimates were popping off. Things like Pulse Bomb getting thrown and the
Deadeye from behind.
Thank you. Yeah, just a huge call out to them and their ability to react and keep the team alive. They might have gotten taken down later as the additional pressure came on, but as a support, you mitigating that initial, basically one-shot potential, so huge.
From both sides. Just great Overwatch overall coming from both of these teams. But folks, don't worry, we have plenty more in store for y'all. But before we chat about that, just quick shout out to Blizzard, our producer and observer, for casting this, for observing this match being produced. So shout out to Blizzard. But coming along, I know everybody's super excited about our intermediate and expert finals, as well as the losers bracket of the expert. So coming up next will be our intermediate grand finals. We will see who is crowned the Vexo champion for the intermediate division. So really excited about that. Make sure to keep an eye on. We are going to take a brief break, and I believe that will start at 4 p.m. Eastern. But folks, thank you again for joining us for our exciting day at Vexo Tournament, as we have our grand finales on this wonderful Valentine's Day. Thank you for spending Valentine's with us, and we will definitely see you all in the next match coming up.
Welcome everybody here to the Vexo Overwatch Cup. This is the Intermediate Grand Finals. Clutch Key alongside Vincent with you. We got a good one here. Dark Allegiance taking on NTNS Gaming down the bracket line. Dark Allegiance had a very clean game. You saw them yesterday here on stream. 2-1 against Crystal Drip Gaming first. Then in the winners semifinals, Dark Allegiance beating Lemonu 2-0. And in the winners finals, Dark Allegiance beating Reverse, sending Reverse down to the consolation bracket 3-0. A little bit more of a comeback story, if you will. NTNS Gaming is in this grand final now. NTS Gaming loses game number 1 to Reverse 2-0, but then goes through the entire consolation bracket basically undefeated. They go 2-0 against the Guppies, 2-0 against Lemonu, 2-0 against Crystal Drip Gaming, and then against their team from Reverse, they beat the team out of Reverse as well, and I believe it was a 3-2 series. So right now, NTNS Gaming looking for the, if you will, San Francisco shock run from 2019, where they come back all the way down from the consolation bracket, all the way through to the grand finals, looking for the win. And Vincent, I'm very excited for this one.
Oh, man, I certainly am. And you're right about that. 2-3, the scoreline in that losers final, denying the reverse sweep, actually. It was up 2-0 for NTNS, and then it was a comeback, only to be denied there at the very last moment. And so that is just so exciting. And I mean, I think coming into here, you kind of have to think like Dark Allegiance, they look like the clear favorites, very much so. They beat Reverse pretty handedly, who NTNS, we just said, went to a map 5 with in the last matchup. But NTNS, they're prepped and ready. They definitely are warmed up, and they're coming in hot. So Dark Allegiance, they're coming in a little bit colder, don't have haven't been playing all day. And so from my perspective here, Clutch Key, I'm thinking that might make a difference. Especially with the fact we got the two brothers, Mathelite and Mathelite, the dynamic duo on the tank line here for NTNS, and that is, I mean, that's super special. You know, having that sort of coordination and the dynamics there, pretty awesome.
And you also take a look at the Dark Allegiance side, too. A very clean run, if you will, throughout this entire bracket. Is there one, we watched them yesterday, you and I. Was there one player that stood out in your mind that could make the difference today?
Oh, absolutely. I think that the tank line, in particular, Zyrox, playing incredibly well. Humongous as well, doing a lot of work there for the team. And so from my perspective, that's where my eyes are going to be, Clutch Key, throughout this matchup. Can the Mathletes take out Zyrox and Humongous as we move forward in this grand final best of 5 series?
All right, so first map coming up right now is Busan, and we are into the mecha base right now. 3 seconds until assemble the heroes, so it always will be a control point to start, as is with most games that you'll watch. And take a looking at the starting lineups here for both sides. You see Zyrex and Humongous, Mathelite and Mathelite going to be with Reinhardt and Zarya as well. So pretty much a similar combination on the tank side as well as the healing side. DPS side looking a little bit different. One McCree on each side, but a Symmetra taking on a Junkrat, that maybe that makes the difference.
Well, it certainly could, though that Symmetra could just be to teleport out and get some extra speed towards the point. So we'll see if that Sorrows might be swapping off of that, and indeed does, onto the Reaper. So high damage compositions coming through for both sides. We'll see if the Junkrat versus Reaper is the difference maker.
So see them battle up here on the second deck. There's about 14 seconds left to go until the point unlocks, and you can see the Immortality Field, I believe, used already there from Turtis. And just nothing really going on right now in terms of damage going on both sides. Just maybe something a little over the top. Sorrow tries to get behind him for a little while for some damage, but the Immortality Field also out for the side of Dark Allegiance. And Immortality Field probably going to go down, but 3 kills come out simultaneously for the side of Dark Allegiance. That should be pretty good for them to win out this fight. A big start for the team in red.
Yeah, that was incredible stuff. And you saw there on the backline, Sorrow trying to get a good handle into the fight, and indeed he did with those frags, able to pick that up and do the massive damage to open things for the Dark Allegiance side. And now Dark Allegiance, with that, they've got a bit of an ultimate advantage, especially with the window coming through. That's Tortoise going to just deny the push a little bit longer.
Star's going to teleport behind them. We'll see what he wants to do here. Brings out the Amplification Matrix out from President, and that will also get self-will kill onto Sorrow in the meantime. So 6 on 5 right now. Immortality Field also out. Deadeye for Free Cal. Maybe gets anything. It does. It's going to get the Junkrat of Flame himself. Swings away the hammer, flips the point in the meantime, and Matthew leads going off right now. NTNS gets the point back.
Yeah, and that Zarya play so impactful. High energy, easy does it, and it was a big mistake from Sorrow getting a little bit too aggressive. That was the damage, the deal breaker, where your damage player got taken out of the fight early and you just did not have enough to continue. So with that, Dark Allegiance, they're back on the back foot and have to retake.
Fast push to the right side. Somebody's already low, and I believe that's Sorrow that's going to get back up. Here comes the Riptire. Does get the Immortality Field, but Free Cal outside of that Immortality Field at the same time. Earthshatter comes out, and Cyrox and Sorrow getting kills as well. They're just going to swing away the hammer, and it looks like Dark Allegiance may have this one back, but the fight's still going on into the middle of the point right now, but that will be it. Dark Allegiance able to get the TK for the flip.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if Balmalok had the sound barrier online. It felt like it was, but I can't be 100%. Either way, Umangus getting massive value out of that Graviton Surge, and the follow-up from Flame himself was there, just, not quite enough.
Graviton Surge, 4 people inside of it, but the sound barrier comes out. Death Blossom in the backline, not really getting anything because it gets knocked out from Balmalok there too. So both Immortality Fields down now. It's a scrap battle. Mathlete comes out with a kill onto Cyrox. Riptire not finding anything. So the point starts to flip just a little bit here in terms of NTNS. Flame and Sems gets Free Cal, and they'll just back off right now. Man, such a chaotic fight. This is back and forth, and such a high pace of play coming through from both of these teams. As now it's about 50% or almost 60 for either side. And as we come through, there's just a lack of ultimates coming online, with the exception of Umangus, who has that big high-value Graviton Surge back online after just 2 fights. So really doing a good job of building that quickly. Flame himself able to get a first pick already. That's going to go on to Free Cal. No res is available because there's no Mercy on the floor. So again, Dark Allegiance just backing off. So that's some free percentage. That's a very good pick for for NTNS.
Well, and on top of that, Flame himself has the huge advantage in these choke points by just being able to throw in the Junkrat mines easily.
Graviton Surge comes out, Immortality Field to save some face there as well, but the Earthshatter comes out. 3 people down, excuse me. All they gotta do is swing away the hammer. Cyrox gets 2 kills, both healers down from Umangus and Cyrox there, and now they're just gonna push forward knowing that no more healing is coming to this team, and they will flip the point back. So in one fight territory, Dark Allegiance is back on.
Yeah, but it costs them everything, Clutchkey. They've got nothing left into the tank. It's going to have to be something impressive, maybe an early pick, because there is 5 ultimates available for the NTNS side, and that is going to be problematic as they get ready to push up and try and retake this point.
Graviton Surge available for them. They're going to bring out the Riptire. Riptire comes out into the backline. We'll see where this goes. We'll keep following it. Goes around. Not going to find anything. Sorrow does get damaged, but he's up just off the fall-off damage zone there. 83% rolling Graviton Surge available. See where they want to put that. That's 3 people inside of it. Immortality Field is there as well. Deadeye comes out. It's not going to find anything. Mathlete swings away the hammer, though, and both Mathletes getting kills, but this is a scrap battle. 3 people dead on each side. 4 people dead on each side, so it comes down to 2-on-2s right now. Mathlete and Balmalok taking it on Sorrow and Umangus. This is just a scrap battle to the end, and it's just going to go back and forth. Somebody's going to get off the point here. Tracer comes back into the point in desperation mode now. The overtime clock starts to run, and this is just going to be a back and forth battle.
I mean, Umangus had the huge clutch getting out the sound barrier there, and, well, now there's another one coming through.
Riptire in the back line. That's destroyed by Flame himself, though, so the Riptire is still there. Is not there, though. President able to take him down. Free Cal getting 2 kills, though, so that should be good for the side of Dark Allegiance. Still pushing up, but this fight has been going on for a long time, maybe about a minute now. Overtime clock almost ran out there in favor of Dark Allegiance. Still getting kills, though. Balmalok is the only one left to go on this point. Just got to get rid of him, and the overtime clock starts to run out. That Winston not in time, and Dark Allegiance takes point number 1 on a very close 100-99.
That was humongous plays coming out from multiple players for Dark Allegiance. First of all, Umangus, I misspoke, not sound barrier. It was, of course, the Graviton Surge from the Zarya able to come through. And, I mean, that was charged so quickly. It was what, like 20%, to that Graviton Surge in the prior fight, and then got it in the next fight. Really, really good stuff from Humongous on the Zarya. And then on top of that, it was just not really effective. Those ultimates, big ult value, but I mean, Mathlete didn't really get enough, at least out of that Graviton Surge. And Freakle swapping over onto the Junkrat the last second, got 3 or 4 clutch frags, doing the damage necessary to really turn that around. So as we come into it, it's a little bit of a more open map here, Clutch Key, and so we're going to be going to a more meta-like composition for both sides. Double bubble for Dark Allegiance, while it's the Ball Diva for NTNS Gaming.
I wonder, Ball Diva, do you have a special name for that? We got the double bubble with the Zarya and the Winston. Do you have a special name for Ball Diva?
I'll be thinking of it. I don't know yet.
All right, we'll get your answer by the end of this. Maybe get creative with it, I guess you could say. 3 seconds until the point unlocks here, and we're going to go ahead and go into the Sanctuary. The drum in the middle is that control point. Humongous is just going to jump right in, maybe to try and track down that Echo. And in the meantime, point starts to flip for Dark Allegiance, but we keep the fighting going on right here. Pile driver down for the side of Mathlete, 33% ult already. But a sticky bomb, just not enough to take him down. But the fight still continues on, and that's a great pick from Freakout to get him on. And Freakout's been looking impressive this entire fight, even on the Junkrat from the first fight, still making some picks happen.
Yeah, I mean, and Freakout is the one who won that fight. Honestly, really, really good stuff from the support line of NTNS to even keep the ball of Mathlete alive, but it just wasn't enough to save the Diva. So with that, we come in, and then now a huge ult advantage. Both DPS coming up to their ultimate sorrow. Get a good stick, and this is already a fight victory. That's all they need.
Sorrow's actually going to go for this Wrecking Ball here. In the meantime, we go back into the middle now as Freakout almost gets hooked, but a great bubble to deny that hook. That's big for them. Mathlete can't find anything there. Almost down over. Discord is on that Wrecking Ball, which takes him down, and the rest will start to fall as well. So Dark Allegiance not keeping this as close as it was last map. They keep the point.
I mean, yeah, that was just solid stuff, and I think what we're seeing right now, just really good target prioritization with regards to Turtoise and the Discord Orb. Whenever somebody goes in to try and take some space for NTNS, they get blown up immediately. We saw that with the ball last time, and we see some adjustments. The tank line, they're going for a brawly style Reinhardt and Zarya. That's a little bit different, but they do have the EMP available for Stelfo, so this could be a fight victory if they place that correctly.
Runs around into the small drum room. About 81% enrolling here for the side of Dark Allegiance. It's one fight territory. NTNS needs something here, but Freakout able to take down one of the Mathletes already. Rally comes out for Bab. Graviton Surge available, not finding anything. That Graviton Surge finds the Brigitte inside of it and will track him down. Flame himself able to get a kill there too. The charge comes in, not going to find anything for that one. And still falls. Picks keep falling here for the side of Dark Allegiance. I don't know if they get back into the point on time. That answer will be no. And Dark Allegiance, after a 100-99 start for NTNS, they cannot touch a single speck of dust on the point. Dark Allegiance wins the map 2-0.
I mean, that was just a really solid play. And honestly, I think just kind of outplaying the composition. That composition that we were seeing come through for NTNS, it's all about mobility. It's all about controlling space on the map. And they just didn't do that. There was just really a brawl in the middle of the point. And of course, the more brawly of the dive comps, i.e. the double bubble with the Monkey Zarya, that is so much more sustaining, especially with the Brigitte playing close range with the Inspire up. They just didn't really engage correctly in TNS. A couple of key mistakes there, particularly, I mean, we saw it. As soon as the ball engaged, it was blown up there by Mathlete on that ball, just absolutely destroyed as soon as he came in onto the point. And so with that, I mean, the Dark Allegiance, they take a commanding lead here at 1-0. It is best of 5, though, so there is a lot of Overwatch left to play here, Klutchkey.
There is a bunch of Overwatch left to play, and we'll see what our second map is coming up in a little while. But let's talk about that last fight back on Mecha Base, because you talk about that one fight where basically Dark Allegiance had nothing. NTNS comes in with 5 ultimates. Dark Allegiance able to find a way to get past that and win it out in the end. So what was the key there for Dark Allegiance to take that over?
Well, it was some key swaps actually, and that's kind of what I was getting at. We didn't have enough time to really break it down, but let me maybe expand here. So Freakout swapped over onto the Junkrat, which, whilst not necessarily something that you would always see, it certainly gives you an increased amount of damage potential just with the mines, with the close range damage available to the Junkrat, and then on top of that, Humongous somehow figured out a way to build 70% of their ultimate in just like half a fight. Like, that was just so impressive. And so that, along with the mines and the close range damage that Freakout was able to put out, really turned things back into that 2-on-2 scenario that we saw start to play out. And then it was just a race. It was who could get back, who could take the frags, and it ended up being, I think, a Reaper and a Zarya on the Dark Allegiance side versus just Lucio and Reinhardt, and that's just not a winning duel there for NTNS. I think a little bit unfortunate that they were in that position. It's kind of just luck who survives and who doesn't in that scenario. But regardless, Dark Allegiance then able to come back onto the point with the spawn advantage. They lost more people earlier, and on top of that, able to make some key swaps. I think it was Zyrox Humongous coming back on the ball, able to get some key disruption, and so with that, they are able to take it all the way. And then obviously we watched that second point. It was just domination of Dark Allegiance all the way through it.
Yeah, and let's talk about that second point too, because domination is the name of that one. It went from 199 back on the Mecha base to Sanctuary going 100-0. It might have been the different picks, it might have been something else, but what was your one takeaway from that second map where Dark Allegiance just absolutely dominated the floor of NTNS?
Well, I think that, kind of back to what I was saying, is that NTNS, they didn't really play the composition that they chose correctly, or at least they didn't play into Dark Allegiance's composition correctly. Dark Allegiance, their composition with the double bubble is good at taking space, at being close range, at basically playing a kind of brawly style with a dive. It allows for the DPS to really step up, whereas NTNS with the Ball Diva, it's about holding map space, about defining the areas, and then seeing your advantage and engaging with the ball whenever you see an advantageous position. But the problem is that NTNS never had an advantageous position, and so they engaged where Dark Allegiance just had enough resources to just blow up your engaging tool, i.e. Mathalete on the ball, and that is pretty much an easy way to have a clear victory for the side of Dark Allegiance.
All right, well, let's go back to the map pool now. Next map coming up is King's Row. So King's Row is the pick that was made by NTNS since they lost it. However, Dark Allegiance picking the side. Dark Allegiance will be attacking first. So now it becomes a little bit of a challenge if you're NTNS, because you just got... Is this more momentum for Dark Allegiance, or do you think NTNS may have the key coming up here as we look at their defensive lineup in about 10 seconds?
Actually, I think it's Dark Allegiance who's starting out on defense, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got the... sorry, the colors mixed me up there for a second. I forgot. Yes, NTNS is on the attacking side. Dark Allegiance is on the defending side. So they changed the question a little bit. Dark Allegiance now defending first. Does this give them an advantage, or do you think that NTNS has the advantage starting on the attack first here?
I mean, I think King's Row, it's kind of... it's not as if it's like even-sided or anything, but I think that starting defense, starting offense, you can make an argument for both directions. If you start on the offense, you can make the argument you get to set the pace, set the tone, and come out swinging. On the other side, you start the defense. Well, if you have a good defense, you can close the map in less than 10 minutes. So, I think it works both ways, but I am curious to see kind of how this will go down, because remember, the very close map of Mecha Base, or the stage of Mecha Base, that was Brawly. This is Brawly as well, and we're seeing a very similar composition. In fact, a mirror composition coming through. Not something I was expecting to see here on King's Row.
So both sides exactly with that DPS on their side. Has the McCree, has the Junkrat. We'll see how this works out for them. One Mathalete has the Reinhardt just charging right in to bring out the shield, but Humongous able to get a big pick onto Flame himself right away. Defensively, that's very good for them. The President taking down Bad. That's a big source of healing for them down. About 3.5 minutes left to go. 30 seconds in already. We've got to start the scrap battle, but that Immortality field also down, allowing Sorrow to take down Mathalete, and that means this team in red will back off. So NTNS backing off yet again. Dark Allegiance, good start.
Yeah, I mean, a really solid start as well. And did Zyrox have a shatter already? I didn't see it, but did he just not get a lot of I don't know what happened.
I don't think he got a lot of damage off. I didn't see it. I didn't hear a shatter earlier.
Yeah, I didn't either, but nonetheless, a solid place for Mathlete to be with 53% already on that ult charge has really positioned themselves in a solid position. So which window will be better? That's the key here.
Well, Humongous starts off with a kill onto Mathlete, so that already proves that that window is already better as Curtis and Humongous getting kills, backing off NTNS again. So there's very quick fight and only using one ult at that.
Well, and now look at the ultimates available. Humongous and Freakout could team up and effectively just wipe the floor with the NTNS here. They have to force out the immortality field though from Preston first. That's going to be the key. Can you force that out early and then get the team right? I think that is really what you need to look out for, Clutch Key.
When it comes out, supple kill from Freakout. It is not even needed for the Graviton Surge. That is big NTS, no response whatsoever.
I mean, that was just incredible. Talk about a way to pick up the pieces. You walk into their team and hit your Q button. I don't even know what happened because I think NTNS, they're thinking, okay, well, let's just walk back in and figure something out.
There's a Deadeye coming out both sides, having it at the exact same time. Nobody getting anything really there. Another A-Rip tire coming out for Flame and Stuff. Everybody basically inside of this hotel. We'll see where that goes. That one gets free cal on the one kill. And Graviton Surge available, but the Immortality Field even bigger as well to save the rest of the team. And it looks like Dark Allegiance starting to fall as well. But you cannot fault that defense from Dark Allegiance. That's a very, or rather from Dark Allegiance, excuse me. That's a very good defensive hold for them. But they add 2.5 minutes to the clock. NTNS now moving.
Yeah, and unfortunately there, I think that Humongous just didn't get enough value out of that Graviton Surge, and now the fact that really you didn't have to invest much of anything just because Precedent using that that Matrix really just created a lot of space. You have a lot of ultimates online. NTNS are in prime position to really just roll through point number 2. Have the Earth Shatter, have the Graviton Surge, as well as the Sound Barrier to cancel out Zyrock's Earth Shatter.
3.5 minutes left to go right here, right around the first turn. They're going to try to fight this out. Immortality Field used very early on for the side of NTNS. That coming from President. Also available each way, but the Earth Shatter bait, shield's not up, but Sound Barrier is even bigger to save some face there. Zyrock's able to back up with the Immortality Field, helping the Graviton Surge. Has almost everybody inside of it, but that's not going to help them out anyways. And so NTNS, despite the start there, Dark Allegiance able to hold on.
Well, and it was Freakout, the huge player right there for the second time in this map already, just doing enough damage into Zyrox to essentially shut him down. He got destroyed off the back of that, and so with that, I mean, we're walking in, Freakout, he has another tire. We saw what he did before. Surely he can't do better, but man, all he needs is 1 or 2.
Blizz does a great job with these productions, so we'll see if he catches the sneaky tire right here. Gonna go right behind him. We'll see if they catches anybody. Oh, Flame himself able to react just in time with a concussion mine to take down Freak House tire, making sure that does nothing. Throw on top, gets self-hold down. Both Immortality Fields down, meaning this Graviton Surge could be huge with the Sound Barrier also there as well. Rip tire, I believe, coming out from Flame himself. This one's gonna go way up in the air. We'll see if this finds anybody. Immortality Field no longer there, so Cyrock's going down because of it. And that backs off the team from Dark Allegiance, so NTNS finding a way through.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a scrappy fight back and forth, and even then, as we're talking, like, there's still players sitting on the cart, but it's just a back and forth. There's not really enough time for you to get any stabilization, and so with that, the Deadeye comes through and clears the space.
Yeah, Deadeye comes through and takes down both tanks, Cyrox and Humongous, and just trying to find this Lucio out. Lucio's going to fall off the map by the hands of Bombalok there on the Soundwave. So big play there, and 3:17 left to go in the clock as the payload moves forward.
And that's a pretty solid recovery, I think, considering how bad of a lost fight that was in the middle of the streets phase, where Freakout just came up huge. So now with this, NTNS have a solid position. 3 minutes on that clock, like you said, and they have a couple of ultimates coming online to potentially turn things around.
2 minutes, 54 seconds left to go. Sara has a Deadeye to use, won't use it just yet. Flame himself and Freakout getting 1 kill on each. Flame himself taking down Freakout in the meantime, and just going away at it. Mathlete just sticking away right at this door. Graviton Surge included to be used on that Lucio, meaning they got 2:30 left to go on the clock, and they're in the home stretch.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you needed, making that space. Now it's just going to have to be the last-minute touch. Zyrox maybe with the Earth Shatter could turn this, but we'll see.
Charges into each other. Zyrox and Mathlete both down. Deadeye comes out, able to take down President, and Curtis's Immortality Field does not matter, but the picks coming out on both sides. It's Flynn himself and Mathlete both getting kills here. and it's just a scrap battle left and right with about 0.4 of a meter left to go. Deadeye from Selful gets Turtis in the back line, and that Earth Shatter takes care of the Zarya, but missing the charge. Humongous able to take down Selful in the meantime, and Sorrow holds on, meaning that this team from Dark Allegiance barely with 0.4 of a meter gets the defense up.
Yeah, I mean, that was just so close. I said it might be Zyrox and definitely had a part to play, but it was more accurately Sorrow taking out Preston there early in the fight with the Deadeye. That made the difference. They didn't have the sustain available, and so now you're going to have to try and come back in and recontest this with about 1:40 left. You do have another tire. Flame himself pulling that out right now.
See where he wants to climb this up onto the second shelf. Wait just a little while. We'll try to get to the back line here. They see it already. 77% with the Graviton Surge in there. Not going to find it. Bad able to sound wave that one already. Humongous also able to get some picks as well, using that Graviton Surge to its full extent, and 1:20 left to go. Dark Allegiance finds its footing.
They certainly do, and coming up in this next fight, I think we're going to be in a position where this is the best chance for NTNS to really take this point. There's just about a minute left, and on top of that, there's not a lot of answers. You only are going to have Turtoise on the Batiste, going to have an Immortality field available, but that's going to have to counter out both the Earth Shatter and the Graviton Surge coming online.
So 50 seconds left to go here for their shot. Maybe could be final attack unless they back off right now, because Freak Out able to take down Selful, avenging his teammate that died to the other McCree as well. Flame himself is going to fall off the map, and that would signal NTNS backing off. So Dark Allegiance again with this defense, but they got one more shot at this for NTNS.
Well, and they stalled so long that now there's really a lot of options for Dark Allegiance. They could get aggressive with an Earth Shatter, maybe a Deadeye. In fact, Freakout is going to have another Riptire as well.
Graviton Surge there. Deadeye comes out in front of the bubble. We'll see if Sorrow wants to take him down for anything, but Sorrow not able to find anything as President does take him down. Immortality field down. Earth Shatter is there. Finds 3 people, though. Zyrox down in the middle, so back into the home stretch for this one, and the fight just continues on going into overtime.
What? Graviton Surge in the back?
Yeah, Graviton Surge lands up in the back line. Freakout able to get a Riptire kill, though, so that could be good in this situation for them. But no Graviton Surge available. Sorrow switches on over to the Tracer. Gets 2 kills already. Sound waving, though, again. Bab not able to get any or find any luck with Balmalock, but the overtime clock runs out. The DPS is getting 4 kills out of 6 total there. No time left on the clock. And NTNS able to find 2 points, but not much further. 69.87 meters, basically meaning Dark Allegiance needs all 3 points to win out map number 2.
Yeah, I mean, they really do. And on top of that, though, I want to say, that was a big flop. NTNS, they really had the tools at their disposal to take that last point, but they just could not make it work. And a really great last-minute stand for Dark Allegiance to pull that out. You know, we saw the clutch moments, specifically Humongous, I thought, really stepping up Freakout as well. And by the way, Bab on the Lucio, shutting down that Riptire, where, I mean, I think that if the Riptire goes through, that's a team wipe pretty much. But Bab was able to, never lost track, despite some of the nice little movement from Flame himself on the tire itself. So I think that Bab definitely deserves some credit on that one as well. So the whole team stepping things up for Dark Allegiance as they move to the attacker position. NTNS now on the defense. They said, all right, well, we lost it by just barely there at point number 3. Clearly something was working, so we're going to keep the exact same composition. Freakout, though, is currently hanging out on the Sombra. That could swap, though. I think the Sombra could be interesting, though I don't know how you deal with Flame himself if you go with the Sombra, because Flame himself has so much damage output, and indeed Freakout swapping over to the Hanzo.
So about 1 second left as the doors from the church will open up, and here we go. Again, Dark Allegiance needing just basically what is 3 points to win it out, as the closest that NTNS got to the end there was 0.4 of a meter. So we'll see if this works out in Dark Allegiance's favor. They go right around the statue very early on, same push, similar push to what NTNS did earlier on, but they're already going to step onto the point. Humongous steps on for just a little while. But again, this is just going to be a scrappy fight to start. They just go back and forth inside of the hotel. Now they're trying to get behind them. Fight goes all over the place. Good Zarya bubble there to Mathlete, to Mathlete. Immortality field down from Turtis, but not before Freakout getting President in the meantime. And so a charge will happen, but Humongous and Sorrow getting killed is going to be good for this team, and it looks like Dark Allegiance, no problems whatsoever, taking this within the first minute.
That was really solid from Dark Allegiance. Just good, you know, free, easy fight battles. Like, you know, Humongous doing a lot of work, especially. I feel like I always am saying that name, but it's just true. And we see that Turtoise has significantly more ult charge than Preston, which means to me was doing a little bit better job at keeping everyone healthy as well. Bab about 30% more than Balmalok. So going into point 2, this is a big advantage for Dark Allegiance.
Same thing around the turn, though, using Amplification Matrix here to maybe push themselves through. Riptire comes out. Flame himself is just going to wait for this for a little while, see where they're positioned. Not really getting anything. Halfway down already. Got to go now if you want this tire to do anything here. Does get Zyrox in the meantime. Could help themselves out, as that will have Mathlete getting a kill onto Humongous, and the rest should start to fall as well. So the Riptire starts off good. NCSNS able to clean up the rest.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't work out, though. I do question a little bit about what the what the process there was. Like, they basically NTNS just canceled their push whenever Flame himself pulled out the Riptire. So, like, it gave a lot of opportunities for Dark Allegiance to essentially just wait and see. It did work out, though, so hey, what do I know?
So they're going to go ahead and get a kill already. That's another concussion mine kill. Bam and Sorrow both going down. So Flame himself trying to prove himself the better Junkrat over Free Cal right now. Even though Free Cal switches on over to Alonzo and has a Dragon Strike. But overall, good defense again from NTNS.
Indeed it is, and with that, there's so much time here that it's essentially allowed for everybody to have their ultimate. There's basically everybody in the server. Though the exception, Balmalok. That's going to be the key. Well, will Precedent be able to utilize the Immortality Field effectively enough to cancel out all of these ults coming at him? Because Bab has a sound barrier.
3 minutes and 50 seconds. They're going to go all the way upstairs. Team notices that right away. There's a trap in the middle. We'll see if that gets any damage off. That's on the right side as well, through the window. And Flame himself another concussion mine kill onto Free Cal. So Free Cal just holding onto this Dragon Strike right now, not really using it, but still, I mean, Dark Allegiance just cannot find an answer right now for Flame himself with these concussion mines.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a great job stalling things out, and what it is doing is it is allowing for Balmalok to potentially charge that sound barrier that I was talking about up. So we're coming up. 12 ultimates. How do they go?
Well, one ultimate used already. Graviton Surge, both Deadeyes used simultaneously. Which one gets it the better of it? Sorrow will get the Deadeye onto Selful. That one turns out better. Riptire from Flame himself gets Free Cal in the meantime. So 2 DPSs down on each side. It becomes a tank versus support battle now. It's Cyrox and Humongous getting kills. And right now, it looks like Dark Allegiance is finally able to push through despite losing both of their DPS at the first turn. It's theirs to keep.
Yeah, and it looked as if, honestly, that Zyrox just doing the better Earth Shatter right there. Whenever you see like 4 people falling, that was Zyrox making the play. Mathlete had a good option, and it was a nice try, but just didn't quite get there. And here's the problem: Humongous, Free Cal. That is a combination that should wipe an entire team if used properly. Grab Dragon on the cards.
Graviton Search there. Immortality Field should be coming very soon afterwards, but that Immortality Field gone, meaning Free Cal able to take down Flame himself. Cyrox swinging away the hammer for 2 kills as well, but Selful trying to bring this back with 2 kills of his own. Cyrox just forcing the Zarya back right now, almost down to low health. Mathlete actually kills himself on the bubble. Cyrox is going to try to push this one forward, I believe. No, that wasn't a Riptire I heard, but still a very good push here. Humongous switches on over, by the way, from the Zarya into the Wrecking Ball. They still get point number 2, though, add another 90 to the clock.
It's a really good decision from Humongous. Just swap over to the Wrecking Ball in case something goes wrong. In case you have to try and get back really quickly. You already used your ultimate. No problem at all. And oh no, Free Cal. He's coming back out with the... Okay, no, it's just a prank. I was going to say. Oh, Free Cal trying to meme on us.
Look. We saw the pirate ship combo yesterday, but that was all the way back at the start. Vincent was very scared of it. But or very disturbed from it, but we'll see how this works out as Free Cal switches back on over to the Junkrat. 2 minutes and 59 seconds. Contest will go right around this corner, and that is a big shatter. 3 people down with Immortality Field there to stop some damage from coming through, stop any deaths from happening as well. Both Immortality Fields down. Amplification Matrix happening. Sorrow has some free range around this corner here, and Sorrow and Humongous both getting kills. Selfless just got to hang out here. Free Cal's in the back line. Free Cal might go down here, but that's a great Zarya bubble to keep him alive, though. It is in the home stretch. We'll keep it right here, as they'll just keep on moving along with the payload, almost to that 5 meter left to go mark. Deadeye very fast takes down Humongous. That might be a big pick for them if the stagger strike comes in play. The Earth Shatter comes out, but the Graviton Surge also there as well. Both used at the exact same time. Doomfist comes out now, switches on over from Flame himself to the Junkrat to the Doomfist. And we'll see if that works out in any of their favor, but 2 supports still there for Zyrox to just do what he needs to. And Pamelok again, knocking Bam off the map with that one, and a concussion mind kill from FreakOut. 2 kills already. The fight continues on, and it looks like Dark Allegiance will be able to hold this one on.
Yeah, I mean, just slowly but surely, the Dark Allegiance are going down, so it looks like the stabilization barely there for NTNS is the swap from Flame himself in particular really doing a lot onto that. And I mean, honestly, I was a little bit concerned where Mathletes both used their ultimates at the same time, not really getting much value out of either of them, just the one. But now it's all on to FreakOut and Turtoise. What can you get out of the Amp Matrix and the Riptire? That's what's available.
90 seconds left to go on the clock. 1 fight, maybe 2 left to go, unless we see the scrappy battle that we just saw earlier on. 1 fight territory, if not maybe 2, but Selfo and President trying to shut down this team from NTN or from Dark Allegiance entirely. 1 fight left to go for them.
Yeah, and that was solid stuff. Just really using that one ultimate to turn things around. And now that stalled quite enough time. Now Methlete going to be onto an Earth Shatter of their own and the defensive ultimate available. So you could just sound barrier this Riptire if you really wanted to.
See what they want to do here with about 55 seconds in 1 fight territory from the most part of it. See if Zyrox just swinging away the hammer. Right now, Math Elite has something there, but FreakOut able to take down Flame himself. In the meantime, Riptire from FreakOut is out. We'll see where this lands. Zarya Bubbles there as well as the sound barrier. We'll see if this gets anybody. Able to shield that right away, and Preston and Selfo both getting kills into the DPS, so no more damage coming. No more big damage, I should say, coming from the side unless you got Humongous with that big high energy, but still not going to find anything. And MTNS shutting the door on Dark Allegiance again.
Yeah, I don't know why Mathlete's hanging on to this Earth Shatter. I think he should have used it right there, but fortunately the team stepping up around him. And like I said, Balmalok had that sound barrier, used it to effectively dismantle FreakOut's Riptire, as FreakOut swapping over onto the Ashe now, just trying to get some long-range damage available. Now Mathlete needs to make this Earth Shatter work. Zyrox has one of his own.
Earth Shatter does not work, though. It's blocked by the side of Zyrox there, so Zyrox has a chance to bring this back. We'll see if that brings out anything. He almost goes down, but both sides getting a kill. Both Reinhardt's down, so there is no shields available. This is a scrap battle all in all here. Last chance for Dark Allegiance to make something happen. The sound barrier comes out for Dark Allegiance to hold on to this as long as possible, but the grabs on Surge might not help that case out. The Moira's there to try and challenge, but is he going to get there in time? Dash is forward, Moira's there. Turtis is going to get there in time to contest the point. And now the Wrecking Ball there as well. Desperation mode in the hands of Dark Allegiance. Deadeye is out, but that is not going to find anything. And NTNS able to shut the front door on Dark Allegiance as we're tied at 1 apiece.
Wow, what a great job from NTNS to pull that back. There was so many times where it looked basically unwinnable. They had a disadvantage, but then they walked in, got the kills necessary, and oh my goodness, this is how we can see what happened. FreakOut just hiding. Walks out and bang, you're dead. Oh,
unbelievable. And remember that's just one, everybody within that fall off damage range as well. Everybody within that big damage range, so the big explosion happening there. And you can see it as well looking back on the game. NTNS big defense there as Dark Allegiance was within legitimately 1 meter of winning that game until NTNS brought it back. What was the key for the front door being shut on Dark Allegiance's face?
well, I have to be honest. I think that a lot of it came down to Preston with the immortality fields. We saw in the cards there 13 immortality or 13 deaths basically denied from the immortality fields, and so there was a couple of times where I did feel like Balmalok was maybe a little bit off kilter with regard to the timings of when he had the sound barrier online, and Preston really filled that void up, particularly where there was pretty much just 2 ultimates available. I think back to that push with the Grav Dragon available. Yes, it didn't end up going their way, but it was close, and it was off the back of a well-placed immortality field that made the difference. And especially there at the end, I will say Balmalok stepped up in a couple of big moments, denying the Riptire, for example, using that. That's something that I think that you have to thinking about as a player. You aren't typically going to be using the sound barrier to deny Riptire, but knowing that, oh, hey, listen, this is like last fight territory abouts, and we just need to, like, that's the only option, right? So really, really intelligent play there from Balmalok. So I think it's actually both the big step up from the Zarya of Mathlete and then the support line really making things work there on the defense for NTNS.
So we are tied up in one apiece. When we come back, Vincent will give us. No, I'm just joking. Vincent will give us the ball diva strat. No, I'm just joking. We're just joking, folks. We'll give them until the end of the stream. But we are tied at one apiece. Dark Allegiance, NTNS in the intermediate grand finals. You do not want to miss the rest of this match. If it's as close as this one, we're in for a good series. This is the Vexo Overwatch Cup. We'll be back after halftime. Welcome back, everybody. A good matchup here in the Intermediate Division Grand Finals. Dark Allegiance taking on NTNS Gaming here in the Overwatch Vexo Cup. Clutch Key here alongside Vincent. Before we go into the match, next match is Route 66 in a best of 5. This is the third game. And so after the halftime matchup, let's talk about one adjustment on each side. Considering it's a 1-1, there has to be something on both sides. For Dark Allegiance, Vincent, we'll start with them. What do they need to do to play themselves against NTNS Gaming on their momentum streak?
Well, I actually just think that they need to just do a little bit better on the ultimate usage. That was the main key there on Kings Row particularly. They did a really good job of that on Oasis, but just not as good a job. Honestly, I wouldn't say that Dark Allegiance did bad on Kings Row. It was just that they didn't do as good as they were previously. So step back up there for Dark Allegiance. On the NTNS side, though, I think that their clutch plays have been very solid. There's been a lot of times where just at the very last moment, they pulled out something incredible. But they need to do a little bit better with regard to the the main fights. Whenever they are coming into things, it's honestly looked like it's questionable whether or not they're winning out the fight when they're supposed to, basically. So they'll come in with an advantage, and oftentimes Dark Allegiance has been able to win out regardless of that advantage. So NTNS needs to push their advantages when they have them.
All right, let's go ahead and jump right into the game here. Route 66 coming up as you will see Dark Allegiance on the attacking side to start. NTNS choosing the defensive side because they won the last map on Kings Row. So we will see who can push it through all the way the canyon and inside of the room as well. So really now, I mean, looking at both matchups, you saw the way that NTNS played on Kings Row. Being this a full escort map and with NTNS winning that last matchup, does NTNS have the advantage here?
No, they don't, because this is dive. That's the problem for NTNS. This is very dive-centric, and look, what they're trying to do right now is play with a Reinhardt on the defense. Like, this is just, I mean, bluntly, horrible right here. Like, from a compositional standpoint. Can it work? Yes. But it's just not really going to be super effective. Now, granted, it looks like they are going to be playing close and just trying to get that first point or just hold immediately whenever you get onto the cart, which actually for the composition they're running is perfect. But as long as this double bubble composition for Dark Allegiance can break it the first time, they have the advantage basically all the way through.
So here we go with the attacking side and 0.2 of a second left to go on the clock, and the unfortunate pause right there. We don't know why as to right now, but we will have the pause in the action. So take a look at it again. The double bubble, like you said, Zyrex and Humongous on the Winston and the Zarya side. And the tank side for both math elites. And this is going to get confusing again, too, because there are two math elites. We were talking about this earlier. One on the Reinhardt, one on the Diva, or on the other side, you saw it as well. I mean, it gets kind of confusing. Even at the beginning as well, we were trying to figure out who's the tanks here when they were swapping up their picks, when they were swapping up their lineups, rather, you could say. Math elites coming on. You were very excited for that.
Yeah, exactly. But here we go.
There we go. Yep, here we go. Already onto the payload, not even 6 meters out, and we've already got ourselves a fight. Mathlete able to take down Freakout on that Echo, and quick picks already to Sorrow and Bab as well, and that's going to force them back into the diner. So what a start there for the very aggressive NTNS.
Well, that's exactly how NTNS have to play this. This was their one opportunity, and they did it perfectly. But like I said, it's now about how long can you hold up here. Maybe this composition is just for the close hold. If so, this is brilliant.
Trying to get a pick already. They got the Sticky Bomb pick on to Flame himself. That's on that Junkrat right now. They're just going to dive that Reinhardt right away. Can't shield any electricity damage, unfortunately. We'll see how well this works out for them. Mathlete trying to swing the hammer away. Immortality field down as well. Selfo and President both getting kills, but is this going to be enough considering how far they are out? It might just be, but the payload still continues to move on.
Yeah, and the fadeaway kill as well. This could be the re-engage pretty quickly unless Sara is able to convert something or another, but at least some space gained, and that's the key here for this composition. They've already got both of their tank ultimates online as well as Sara's pulse bomb, so they can really just start to roll things over as they move forward.
Self-destruct as well as an Earth Shatter online. Self-destruct going to get caused in the back line. We'll see if that finds anything. It will not. Primal Rage also out for Humongous. We'll just swing away right now. Immortality field also out. That one goes down. President down for 30 seconds on that one. The Graviton Surge is out. We'll see if that finds any picks. It will not on their side. So really 2 ultimates down on both, or 3 ultimates down total on both sides, not really finding anything. Although on the side of Dark Allegiance, they're finally finding a way through as they find picks, and they will move the card up a little bit further.
Yeah, and that was great from Valmalok there with the sound barrier. It just unfortunately wasn't enough. There's just way too many ults available. We just saw the copy, the copy onto the Junkrat, my apologies, and so with that you essentially walked away with the victory, and now this is where I think the composition is really not ideal with the Reinhardt. That's the problem.
So 1 minute 45 seconds left to go on the clock. Transcendence, I believe, is out for Tortoise, as well as the Valkyrie too. So big sources of healing coming up for the side of Dark Allegiance here, but Mathlete able to take down Humongous in the meantime. So this dive strat not really working out too well for them to start here for the Dark Allegiance side, as Selfo able to get a kill onto Freakout. Freakout rests back up by Bab. Sar's going to try to go around, has a pulse bomb available at about 10% here. If he tries to stick it, might have a stick, but it's still in the back line. Minute 19 left to go. Sar's going to have to back off here and wait for the rest of his team.
Well, and the way that they're playing, like I said, not an ideal competition, but this is perfectly played by NTNS, and they position themselves well.
See the Rip Tire coming out from Flame himself. We'll find out where this goes. Flame himself might actually go down here too, because Sorrow gets the pick onto him, and the Pulse Bomb kill sticks onto Selfo as well. So both TBS down, and now it is turning into a fight where maybe this team from NTNS has to back up already, but they're going to try to defend this all the way through here, as Freakout getting the kill onto Mathlete's mech and onto Mathlete himself. And this will be a Graviton Surge victory here for the side of Dark Allegiance, as they get an additional 2.5 to the clock.
I can make an argument that the Graviton Surge for Zyrox wasn't necessarily needed there, but nonetheless a well cleaned up fight for them. And so now you move into this point, I think it's all going to be really on to Freakout, because Freakout needs to do something pretty large with this duplication. I don't know who you would duplicate necessarily, maybe the Reinhardt, maybe the Diva. I mean, we saw the duplicate onto the Junkrat very effective before as well. But that's the key factor of who can make the difference. It's Freakout.
2.5 minutes left to go as they add another 2.5 to the time bank here. We'll see Freakow's flying up, maybe looking for a duplicate. Self-destruct in the back line, not going to find anything. Freakow hasn't used it just yet, but Flame himself getting a concussion mine kill onto Zyrox. And they're just going to back up right now, so it looks like NTNS may have the defensive hold they want to start. And again, using that Primal Rage, but Humongous has to back off immediately. So back and forth fight. Now they'll duplicate as we're back into a 66 situation into the Reinhardt. Freakout's going to charge right into the fray. Charges onto the wall. Sound barrier is out. And we'll have an Earth Shatter come out. Deadeye also stopped, but blocked by the shield of Freakout. However, Flame himself getting 2 kills already. Earth Shatter from behind as well, but still the picks start to fall on the side of NTNS as the front door blocked by the hands of NTNS as Dark Allegiance backs off.
Yeah, this is really solid play. We saw the duplication come through, and they kind of just committed to the brawl fight. You really need to try and zone somebody out with your bubble if you're Humongous, and so we haven't really seen that be super effective. Sorrow, on the other hand, has kind of been the difference maker available, and who actually has just swapped off of a Tracer who he had a Pulse Bomb. So I'm not quite sure what the reasoning for that was, but it's clearly, I think, going to try and take the longer range duels, because closing this distance has been tough against Flame himself and the consistent barrage of grenades coming out from the defense.
So already somebody D-Mac down. That's Mathlete going down there. Zaro able to get the dynamite kill onto the Baby Diva, meaning that is a 6v5 situation now in favor of this Dark Allegiance attacking team. And Bab able to take down President. Immortality field no longer there, which means Dark Allegiance able to push through, and they should have point number 2 coming up.
Yeah, and that was a great adjustment. I was asking myself why Sarah was dropping onto the Ashe. I think I figured out exactly the reason. I'm just a little bit slow on it. And the reason is that they were able to just pressure out the defense from a much longer angle. And we saw that really early on there, Precedent had to use the Immortality field. Once that was done, they could just go in, use their cooldowns effectively, and take that fight victory.
Minute 50 left to go on the clock now as they'll make it around the first turn here, but a duplicated Reinhardt going in already. Dynamite hits. President able to take down Freakow's duplicate right away. That self-destruct comes into the back line. Will it find anything? It will not. President able to take down Humongous in the meantime as well. Doing a good first defensive hold on this 3rd point for NTNS so far as they push back Dark Allegiance.
Yeah, and this is where the brawl composition really shines. you are at a big disadvantage here trying to play dive. Even a more brawly dive style like double bubble is certainly at a disadvantage against the full brawl with a Lucio. And so now I think that we're going to have to just see some adjustment. I'm not quite sure what adjustment, but something needs to change here for the Dark Allegiance side if they want to take this through.
Earth Shatter available. We'll see if Mathley wants to use it as his shield is broken. Mathley's got to get out of there now. Not much shielding there. Earth Shatter used, but he jumps right over it, but no matter. Mathley's still able to get Humongous in the meantime. Deadeye comes out, somewhat able to take down Bab in that backline. Transcendence there, maybe just to get some big healing in, but not going to find anything else as Tortoise and Bab both go down. And that will be that. NTNS again holding the line.
And Zyrox is currently holding on to this Graviton Surge for a long while at this point. I'm kind of wondering where he's going to use it because Balmolok has been consistently saving this sound barrier just for that reason, I believe. And Precedent as well going to have a window available. That Ant Matrix could be the turning point, especially if they get a longer range duel against the dive.
Seventh man gonna jump right in, but that one's actually knocked away for a little while, but still at a very good angle. Bob's gonna be right here, not in the middle of the Graviton Surge, but the Immortality Field, they're out. And a very nice Graviton Surge with 3 people inside of it, gets some few kills for them, as now Dark Allegiance going into the home stretch.
Yeah, and I don't know if it was a mistake from Balmolok if he threw the sound barrier in a little bit too early, but it was there for the Grav Surge, but there was just so much damage available on the side of Dark Allegiance, they got through anyway.
Dark Allegiance, you'll remember last time, landed up very short, just short of NTNS's line. We'll see if this time they can get all 3 points as this Riptire comes out, getting Sorrow and Tortoise at the same time. With the Earth Shatter, the proper range countering that as well, with 2 kills of their own, 3 kills on each side. Last chance here for Dark Allegiance to find something as the Doomfist swap on from Flame himself to get to the point. Self-destruct comes out, not going to find anything there. Babylon going to try to stay alive as long as he possibly can, will fall off, and this time, Dark Allegiance goes uno, dos, adios for all 3 points. It's 3-0. NTNS attack coming up.
Yeah, and that was just absolute chaos there at the end, to be completely honest about it, Klutchkey. With the fact that Dark Allegiance came through, they had a bit of an ult advantage, but it wasn't really that significant, and they were just able to convert that into frags all the time. We saw Flame himself with the Riptire trying to bring things back, but it was just too much for him to handle. And so with that, like you said, 0.3 captured, but I think now, especially on the attack, this becomes a lot more difficult if we see that brawl composition come out. I know I've been kind of trashing on it pretty much the whole game, but I think that the reality is that whenever you play that composition, you are limited in some ways. In comparison to what we saw Dark Allegiance doing, they just were playing it basically perfectly, and Dark Allegiance didn't really do the correct pathing to dislodge it. And as well, Humongous really struggling. First time I've seen Humongous struggle to really split off anybody with those bubbles. That's the whole goal of double bubble. If you're unaware, you want to allow for Humongous, the monkey, to jump in there, split somebody off from the healing available with the bubble, and then use Zyrox bubble with the Zarya in order to basically tank all that damage. So, you know, not really super effective, that strategy, and we are seeing that's going to be NTNS coming out with the brawl composition once again. I think this is harder on the defense, though, because you got to be perfect in your path in Klutchkey.
We'll see how their pathing goes right now, as they're allowing just a little bit more space. Not like the aggressive push we saw from NTNS on their defensive try. This time, Dark Allegiance is going to let them push up just a little bit here, but Freak Out looking for the sticky bombs on the right side. Looking for that Junkrat around the corner. They're really not going to find anything. So again, their defensive team sticking on top of the Big Girls gas station here. Seahawk again won't find any. Actually, does find a few hits as Selfo rolls backwards. But still, really nothing happening in terms of picks. Although there's the first one, as I say, Freak Out able to take down Stumble, which means advantage pick in favor of this Dark Allegiance defensive team. And the picks will start to show that as well. As really the team in red just showing off their colors right now in this double bubble situation. And backing off the team from NTNS.
Yeah, and that's exactly perfect. You were talking about how it was very slow, the engagement from Dark Allegiance, but that's the whole point, Klutchkey. You don't want to engage whenever you're at a disadvantage with this composition, and so they knew if they tried to go in on those close range engages, then they would probably be losing out. Waited for there to be a mistaken positioning, and that was on Precedent, I believe, who had a mistaken positioning. We saw Humongous go in on that mistake and took advantage massively.
See them go around the signature here of the Route 66 sign that you see right near the gas station. Dynamite's big, 3 people inside of that Graviton Surge. even bigger, keeping five people rather inside of that. We'll see if that gets any picks though. Humongous and Zyrox able to get a few kills themselves, but Flame himself trying to do the work with 3 kills of their own, and this should push the payload up just a little bit further for them.
That's so impressive that they were able to split that out. I think it was just a chaos right there that was caused by the pretty much a split push, to be honest. They got interrupted and then, you know, not able to really pull things back, but a pretty large ult bank here for the defense of Dark Allegiance. As long as they're able to get back in here, they have a chance.
Flame himself just going to go right into the fray here in that with that Junkrat trying to disturb the peace. But FreeCal able to get a duplicate. Reinhardt in the meantime on the charge. Bablock goes down. President goes down as well. And just swinging away the hammer. FreeCal's duplication working out to the maximum potential as Dark Illusions pushes back NTNS.
Yeah, but it was a hugely expensive push there. I said they had a large bank of ultimates, and they did, but they used 4 of them right there, Klutchkey. And now there's 5 on the other side. It's basically just who has the ult bank available and who's going to use them first, because right now I don't see any way that NTNS doesn't take this next point because they have so many ults. It's just overwhelming, and it's only Turtoise who does have a defensive ult, but I mean, that's not going to be enough for all 5, surely.
Riptire's going to climb the canyon here. We'll see if Flame himself can get anything. Does get 2 kills on the Deadeye from Selfo. Any assist from the Riptire is not going to happen as that Riptire goes down. But Selfo doing the work himself with 4 picks, 4 final blows on his own. And this will be a win here for the NTNS team. They had 2.5.
Oh, that was incredible from Selfo. And like I said, lots of ults, but only had to use 2 of them. That's the big key, right? Because normally I would have expected you to invest a little bit more to really dislodge this defense. But with that, I mean, you are pretty much in prime position. If you are able to combo maybe, you know, the self-destruct with an Earth Shatter, that could be a possibility. But either way, you're in a really good spot to kind of continue this push all the way through point number 2.
See the Winston just staying up on top of that roof to get some damage off of that. Allows Tortoise to get in to get a kill onto Flame himself on the second level. FreeCal just aiming away here, flying around. No pocket still for FreeCal, but has the help of Tortoise and Bab, obviously, but they're going to back off here. So you're looking at the side of NTNS right now, but Dark Allegiance, do they have the advantage here on the second point?
Well, from a compositional standpoint, yes, they do, but the ultimate's not so much unless Zyrox is able to pull this off, or maybe Humongous can get up something massive with the Primal Rage, but, you know, it's not quite there, and he's already taken out Klutchkey. Yeah,
Humongous taken out early on by President. President's been hitting a lot of shots here. Selfo has another Deadeye. We'll see where he goes. We'll follow his path here in just a second, but the fight's still going on. Transcendence being used already from Tortoise's side to make sure that team stays alive. Self-destruct going to go way in the back line. That picked out Skyrock. So that's a big pick for them, and Bab also going down means that NTNS has a lot more space to work with.
And Zyrox, that's so unfortunate, just mistimed the self-destruct. It had a bubble available and started to pull it out, but it just wasn't quick enough. So with that, like I said, that's kind of where I was talking about. Just have the ultimate advantage, and it really wasn't enough, especially Humongous going down first. That's just brutal stuff.
Question is, are they going to fight this down the middle? They are. Primal Rage is going to come out to save face here. Deadeye comes out. FreeCal not able to find any joy from that again. And this time, it looks like NTNS is going to be able to add 90 seconds to their clock as they find the picks. They find the point.
And it's the DPS players stepping up big time here for NTNS Gaming as well. And that's been the real difference maker. Selfo, we saw him pretty much opening things up, being the can opener of this team, and they're continuing to push forward, Klutchkey.
Look how far they're pushing up to. This isn't even in the first turn. They're pushing up all the way to the truck, basically speaking. They've got them on lockdown, but FreeCal just lasering away and gets 2 kills and a 3 total kill for them. FreeCal looking for a duplicate to max that one out too.
That's nerfed, by the way. That is a nerfed ability. Listen, needs to be fixed, guys. Come on, let's figure it out.
Another nerf for Echo.
Another one, man. That is ridiculous. 1 beam, 3 kills. Easy does it. Humongous on the back line though, and Zyrox has the Graviton Surge.
See what they want to do here. The Riptire comes out, and that one is a kill onto FreeCal's duplicate, so nothing doing for FreeCal on that duplicate. So 1 minute 56 seconds left to go on the clock. They'll just keep pushing up. Sorrow able to take down Mathlete though, so Dark Legion's defense looks like they're going to hold out for another 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, and this is just really good there for the defense, playing things correctly. They are now really doing a good job of splitting out the heals from the backline, and on top of that, it's just so difficult to kind of break this stroke point. That's the main issue.
Seventh man comes out. Star's going to bring that into the back line right in front of the payload. They'll move around the corner. Mathlete able to get a kill with the rockets onto Humongous, though. So 65 situation in favor of the attacking NTNS side as they will back off the point. And I mean, that one pick makes a big difference for them as they push up the point.
Yeah, it's a huge difference, but now as they come back in, they're going to have a lot of ultimates, 5 of them in fact, and there's the first. Deadeye comes through.
Deadeye comes through big, 2 kills onto Bab and Freak Out. Grab the search, eats it up by Mathlete. Nothing for Zyrox there, and NTNS has the chance to take this one home as they go into the home stretch. That's big for them. Selfo's just getting juggled around here, but that Primal Rage makes no difference.
Oh, that's so impactful.
Self-destruct on the point, excuse me, sorry about that, Vincent, but the Earth Shatter comes out. 2 kills there, Riptire also gonna come out. That takes down Freak Out. Tortoise is the only one left, and they will go uno dos adios, and actually banks 42 seconds additional from that minute. So both sides getting an additional minute on the clock. 1 minute for the side of Dark Allegiance, 1:42 for the NTNS side, and we've got a second round of attacks coming up.
And listen, whilst I've been talking about the disadvantageous composition, this is exactly how you make that sort of strategy work to your favor. Basically, NTNS positioning themselves effectively in every single scenario and making it very easy for their DPS to pop off. Selfo in particular, making a huge difference. We saw Freak Out on the other side trying to do the same, especially there on point number 3, but unfortunately, it's not quite enough to take them over the line. So here we go. We're going into those second pushes like you were talking about, Clutch Key, and it's much the same from both sides. Going to be the, well, double bubble composition for Dark Allegiance, and on the defense, NTNS keeping to their guns. And hey, I can't blame them. They've been making this work very much and very effectively. Flame himself especially playing very well here on this Junkrat. Not something that you know necessarily see on this map, particularly not against Dive, but I mean, hey, it's been working out.
And you could also argue, too, Selfo's been putting out some great damage. I mean, that you saw that 4K back on the second point. You saw the 2K to pretty much end that fight on Route 66, not even giving, or rather on the third point, not even giving Dark Allegiance a chance to stagger fight, but we'll see where that comes out here. Dark Allegiance underway with their attack as they only have a minute on the clock. Time differential bank is 42 seconds each way. And again, you see the aggressive push coming out from NTNS. This is exactly where they stalled them last time, and this might be where they stall them again. Selfo and Flame himself getting the first picks, and that's all they need to force them back into the diner with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, pretense is pretty much just thrown out the window. They were just holding up close, and not even shy about it. Wanted to let everybody know that they were there, and it didn't even matter. Now we can see, look, this has just been they've been forced to take the mirror here. They're just saying, listen, we'll play the Reinhardt to push you off this point.
Let's see if it works out in their favor. Right now, Immortality Field already forced out. Tortoise gonna have that Immortality Field kill. 10 seconds left to go. Selfo able to take down Sorrow. Sorrow's not coming back with about 2 seconds left to go still. Mathlete swinging away the hammer, and it works out in their favor, but Freak Out taking down Mathlete, not good either. Stagger fight now in favor of the side of the Diners. We head into overtime. Not even a single meter push, by the way. Not a single hundredth of a meter even pushed on this payload as NTNS trying to hold the line here for what could be a perfect run of the 1 minute defense. Flame himself able to take down the Immortality Field. In the meantime, we'll see if that works out in their favor. Still the mirror comp available. Tracer now out and about trying to get some damage. Freak Out able to take down Flame himself, and that will push back NTNS.
Yeah, and so now a couple of those meters getting gained, but it's going to be slow going, especially as now you're going to have to contend with ultimates as well, but there is some for both sides. That's the problem here. Valmalok, I think, going to be the key because of this sound barrier. Defensive ultimate available. Bab nowhere close. So Humongous has the Graviton Surge online. That's not going to be a problem as long as Valmalok can put it in a great position.
Riptire could make the difference here. We'll see where this goes. Riptire's going to go all the way behind them. We'll see if this finds anything. It does. Bad goes down, but Freakle able to take down Flame himself at the same time. DPSs and tanks, though, getting the kills that they need. And away we go as NTNS able to hold the line, not giving Dark Allegiance any additional points. So all NTS needs to get the 2-1 series lead is 62.87 meters.
Very, very winnable right here for NTNS. They could go up 2-1 in the series, assuming that they make that short little trek, those 62 meters that you were talking about. So we'll see how they elect to go through. I don't think it'll be any surprise if they continue to play the composition that's been working for them thus far. That Reinhardt Diva composition, again, once you get into a, longer, more outdoor position or more wide space position, right? The the brawl composition is definitely not favored, but the problem is that look at where the cart has to move. That golden box of victory is awful close to Big Earl's, and that's kind of the first point of contention that you really want to try and engage from if you play a dive composition. So the problem is they can't really afford to do that here. Dark Allegiance on the defense, so they have to go back to the same well that NTNS have been really doing the entire time. And there's a Bastion out, but that is going to be swapped up pretty quickly. Therefore, the offense, NTNS in prime position to take it and move up to 2.
Come on, Vincent. You know you want to see the Bastion. You know you want to see it.
I kind of do at this point.
We've seen it 3 times already. We might as well see it a 4th time, right? You might as well, even if the 3rd one was a prank, we might as well see it. 3-3 the score, needing 62.87 meters to take the lead. NTNS on the way already. And again, the aggressive plays from both sides. Now, they're just going to charge right in. We'll see who gets the better of it. Only holding up the shield for now. Zyrox even being forced back already, and the meter push is starting to go good for NTNS side. Dark Elite is backing off already, so this aggressiveness for NTNS is just too much to handle.
Yeah, just great job from Mathlete on the Reinhardt too, and now the kill coming through. That's massive. Humongous going down.
And Humongous going down does a big pick, no resurrections either. Mathlete going down, so 1 Zara each on each side. However, Zyrox going down means no more tank, no more bubbles, no more shields on the side of Dark Legion, meaning NTNS has the chance to bring this one back. Selfful taking down Bab in the meantime, down to the final 20 meters. Earth Shatter used as well, and the Fire Strike takes down Freak Out. Amplification Matrix way down in the back line. Got to contest the point, though. With about 10 meters left to go, that Concussion Mine lays off the Wrecking Ball, and it's far enough to win the match. NTNS 2-1 series lead, winning Route 66 4-3.
The lower bracket contenders coming through big, taking the first lead of this series at 2-1 indeed. This is not surprising because it's Selfful. I mean, that's just a visual representation of what Selfful was doing all game, putting Dark Allegiance into the coffin and shutting it down on their face. The triple kill right here, I mean, just got all of the frags. Oh, that was disgusting stuff from Selfful in general. But, I mean, listen, Clutchkey, I think that I'm so surprised right now because Mathlete didn't really, like, in the Brawl v Brawl, didn't really look that amazing. Like, didn't look bad. I don't want to, suggest that. But Zyrox kind of had that matchup, I felt like, on King's Row. But here, I mean, Mathlete just showing the MTD, honestly. I'm so surprised at how well Mathlete was playing on that Reinhardt. And then when Zyrox pulls out the Reinhardt in return, I'm like, okay, well, now at least, it's kind of an even duel. This seems a little bit reasonable. But Mathlete just freaking walked all over him.
Yeah, and a great round overall. NTNS Gaming, you talk about the Mathletes there going off, but Selfful and Flame himself, you got to talk about the DPSs as well. They were very evident, as was by that play of the game. You saw Selfful just getting 2 Deadeye kills plus the 2 headshot kills in that play of the game. That adds up points to your play of the game score, obviously, but still, I mean, Flame himself and Selfful over Freak Out and Sorrow. Freak Out had a few highlights of their own, and so did Sorrow, but Flame himself and Selfful just getting the damage that they needed done.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that it wouldn't be fair to say that anybody on NTNS really was the main difference maker, because I think everybody actually stepped up big time in Route 66 in comparison to both the other maps, despite the fact that NTNS won on King's Row. That was by very slim margins. That was a coin flip in my book, because Dark Allegiance had so many opportunities to go the distance and take that away. But NTNS, they, whilst this game was close, NTNS clearly had the game plan, and Dark Allegiance a little bit shy. They didn't really know what to do against it. They kind of made some adjustments. They had put Sorrow onto the Ashe, and I think that was a pretty good adjustment in general, but it wasn't quite enough. And so with that, I mean, Dark Allegiance, they kind of have to go back to the drawing board and see, okay, what do we do? Because this double bubble is just not working against what should be an easy composition to dislodge. But I think especially Balmalok on the Lucio has been doing a really good job of making those dislodgements that you really want to find if you are a double bubble comp super, super difficult.
All right, so we will see what the next map pick is here. Dark Allegiance will get the next map pick as they did for for Route 66. So they will get the second map pick. NTNS Gaming choosing the side. But you talk about how close these games have been. Let's go back throughout this whole thing for those of you just joining us. We go back to the map pool real quick. Busan was our very first map. And if this was any indicator that this was going to go this way, it was 100-99, a very back and forth game on Mecha Base on Busan. Then you go to the Sanctuary, and you had a good feeling if you're Dark Allegiance cheer that Dark Allegiance was going to be the one to maybe push this one out as they go 100-0 on Sanctuary. We get to Kings Row, and things get a little more interesting because both sides only getting 2 points. However, NTNS able to shut the door on top of Dark Allegiance, giving them basically what was one of the closest escort games you'll see. 99 hundredths of a meter away from capping that third point on Kings Row, and finally go to Route 66, which you just saw, 3 points both sides, and almost a 0 meter hold, if you will, for Dark Allegiance's attack side. But NTNS able to win that one out 4-3 in the end. So you talk about a close game. Vincent, I want your prediction here. I want you to get off the fence for a little while. Ooh. Get on the prediction side. Do we see Game 5?
I mean, I feel like that the answer has to be yes if you're watching this game, because if you see the Dark Allegiance that played on Busan, for example, I think that there's no question that they can take another map. And depending on where we go, like, I'm thinking we are going to be headed to an assault map, obviously, and it's Dark Allegiance's pick. So they get to kind of define the arena with which we play in here next. And so because of the fact that I do think that the composition has kind of made a big difference. If they pick a map where it's really difficult for NTNS to do what they want to do, then we definitely are going to see something difficult. But Dark Allegiance, honestly, I thought that they had done a good job picking Route 66, and it didn't work out. So I think we probably do see a map 5, but I do think there is a world with which Dark Allegiance is so stuck in their way they just can't figure out what the adjustment is, and NTNS walk away with this 3-1.
I mean, you talk about the being stuck in one place here, but they need to get this map 4. If you're Dark Allegiance, you need this map 4 to force a map 5. And obviously, if you're a viewer of this game, you want to see a map 5 considering how close this game has been. But now you talk about Dark Allegiance pick, and map picks are bigger than is going to be realized even earlier on in this tournament. This map pick right here is probably going to be one of the most important picks for Dark Allegiance right now. If you're them, and they will pick Volsky Industries, is this a good pick for Dark Allegiance?
Man, I think
based on what you've seen so far, obviously.
Yeah, I think it is a good pick in that this definitely is going to be a map that works towards Dark Allegiance strengths. The problem is that so is Route 66, and that's where I'm kind of caught up, Clutch Key. I don't know what to think because, you know, on paper this looks great, but on paper so did Route 66, and that went NTNS's way. It was just huge step ups across the board from every single position. So if we see kind of the same sort of step up here for NTNS, then I might be a little bit worried for Dark Allegiance, but they are certainly making the right decisions on paper, and that's all you can ask for.
All right, so map coming up here is Volsky Industries. Sides will not change. NTNS will stay on the defensive side. Dark Allegiance on the attacking side, and we'll see what their lineup here is in a little while. Remember, folks, again, NTNS leads the series 2-1, needs one more to complete what would be the underdog series completion from the lower bracket, from the first loss lower bracket, all the way through to the grand finals victory. And again, they would need to play, from the looks of it, if I'm reading this bracket correctly, they might need to play a second game. We'll find out that ruling here in a second. But it really just comes down to whether or not Dark Allegiance can pull off the next 2 maps to win this one out 3-2 in the series. And we'll find out a ruling here in just a second. But 18 seconds left to go. Let's talk about team compositions, Vincent.
Yeah, and we are seeing interesting stuff here. We are going back to that Busan type of meta picks that we were looking at, and this is exactly where Dark Allegiance looks the strongest. So they're in good positioning right now. We'll see if they can turn it around, because the difference is everyone has stepped up massively for NTNS in a way that they just weren't playing on that first map.
Here we go, 3:45 on the clock here. Sar's going to bring out the Tracer to go all the way to the right side. Mathalite's going to bring it back. And now the jump from Humongous up top with the bubble has Freak Out lasering away and Flame himself. That's going to be a great pick. And now Balmalok able to res Flame himself up. So we'll see if this works out in their favor right now. But Flame himself getting the back pick onto Zyrock and just going all over the place. Freak Out not able to find a laser pick. Still just a scrappy fight back and forth. That's as expected with the first fight. No ultimates being used just yet. No ultimates can be used right now. But Selfo able to take down Humongous, forces back this team from Dark Allegiance. NTNS able to hold.
Yeah, very scrappy fight. You said it yourself. It's something that I didn't necessarily expect to see because of the difference in, well, I was going to say the difference in staying power, but with Precedent on the Ana, there's actually not a huge difference. You know, that Inspire healing from Bab very much there, but the thing is that Precedent has, you know, the potential of the anti-nade as well. So this is an adjustment, something that I don't think Precedent was playing before. So I like this a lot now from NTNS.
All right, so by the way, a quick update. This will be it. So if NCNS wins it here, the completion of the underdog story is there. Selfo actually kills himself with his own pulse spawn. That's not going to be good for them, making it a 5v5 situation, although Bab is down. But the stagger fight is in favor of this team, and that's a very good duplicate at the very last second. Self-destruct in the back line, not going to find anything. Freak Out able to duplicate inside of this D.Va, and they will be able to find the picks that they need. Self-destruct's there, but that's duplicated self-destruct anyways, and gets the point, adding another 3 to the clock.
Yeah, and really not getting any value out of the ultimates thrown in. Selfo and Mathalete both throwing in self-destruct and pulse bomb. Both those bombs not really working out. And Balmalok also committed onto the Valkyrie. So lots of commitment, but nothing really gained out of it. And so now a prime position with this ult advantage, Dark Allegiance could pretty much run away with things if the side of NTNS are not careful.
4 minutes 45 seconds left to go on the clock here. Already almost dead is that Zarya from Zyrox here. And that they nano boosted Winston in the back line, just trying to hold on the rally there to keep this Virtus alive. Has the Transcendence there rather to keep himself alive. Humongous in the back line just juggling around both healers and Preston and Balmalok both going down. Meaning Dark Allegiance has the door wide open for them right now if they want to take this. Sorrow able to take down Mathalete too, so now because it's a 6-3 situation, a big Graviton Surge. This is going to find it in quadruple kill with a big Graviton Surge. And that is big for the side of NTNS to hold what was a great start for Dark Allegiance.
My head's in my hands. I was with them. I was like, there's no way. There's absolutely no way NTNS can come back from this, but it was just so close, and it was I mean, incredible. Flame himself getting that, getting the Zarya duplicate, and then getting the ultimate off the back of that, and then the pulse bomb. Absolutely incredible stuff. I feel like I can't even talk about how incredible Humongous' usage of the Primal Rage was, just because that happened. But yeah, Humongous had some really great juggles, and in fact got out for free anyway.
By the way, I can confirm Vincent's head was in his hand when that happened. 3 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock here. Graviton Surge Juice not going to find any picks really, but Humongous is bio-nated as well. Great bio-nade coming out from President to take down Humongous, courtesy of Mathalete there. Primal Rage duplicate from Freak Out onto the Winston, but it's still going to be NTNS with the advantageous picks and the Resurrection. Dark Allegiance just cannot find the answer right now.
No, they can't. The problem is that they had all the answers on that last push before that, and they used them all. They're fresh out of answers. They don't have any more, and in fact, with that, I mean, they used like 5 ultimates, so that was pretty much an eco push, but it is an eco push. It goes both ways. Eco looking very, very strong for the defense of NTNS as well. Pulse Bomb Selfo has that once again.
Tracer v Tracer battle going on right now. 1v1's going on the side. Pulse Bomb available for Selfo again. We'll see if that if they duplicate into the Graviton Search. No, Pulse Bomb used already, and Selfo not able to find a pick on the Pulse Bomb, not able to stick Freak Out, or rather, Freak Out in the meantime. But already Flame himself going down. Res available for Balmalok. We'll see if they use that there. Primal Rage available for Mathalete, but still the kills start to fall for the side of Dark Allegiance. However, Mathalete getting a self-destruct on the Tortoise is a big pick for them. The scrap fight continues on. Mathalete using that Primal Rage just to hold on for the team as long as he possibly can. Actually killing Sorrow in the process, which is a good pick. But now the stagger fight continues on here. And now a duplicate. Flame himself changes into the D.Va. But Zyrock's able to finding 2 picks in the meantime. We'll see if the self-destruct comes up big with anything, if he can find a self-destruct in the meantime. And so self-destruct down the middle. There's the duplicated self-destruct. Will it find anything? It does end the duplicate of Flame himself, and a back and forth battle, but the stagger fight continues on. It looks like NTNS may be able to change this one back.
I mean, they're just coming in one by one, and that's exactly what you want to do in a stagger fight like this. And it doesn't really look like they're getting enough kills, though, to convert things over just yet.
So one tick already taken here, 42.3%, as again, the stagger fight continues. But you take a look at how long this has been going on for in a very staggered battle, 42.3%. But again, you talk about how close this game can get. This is as close as you want it to be. Rally comes out immediately from Bab as soon as it comes online. Pulse Bomb comes out, takes down Tortoise, and this is the turning point here as NTNS will force Dark Allegiance back. So, I mean, Selfo again with a Pulse Bomb kill that you need to make that the fight, and it's one fight territory at this point.
It certainly is, and not a lot, and that's a brutal stagger as well as Zyrox. So a couple of extra seconds farmed away from this offense. But, I mean, you talk about how difficult it is to try and you know, continue into that fight. The problem is that at no point did Dark Allegiance really look like they were losing. So it's hard to, like, make that decision to just get out. I think ultimately, though, once you go in, you're doing that fight for about a minute, you probably need to just get out of there and reset. So now, everybody coming in, pretty much at the same. Precedent is going to have a coalescence, though, and that might be the fight turner if Mathlete can't find something with this health destruct.
Mathlete almost went down there, too. Also about 35 health, but good support line just helped them out. There comes the coalescence out for President. We'll see the jump into the back line. Has a Transcendence available now. Just got online, but Mathlete able to get a kill into Humongous to start. NTNS has the chance if this self-destruct comes out. Not going to find anything from their side. Mathlete able to remake back in. There's the self-destruct down the middle of the point. Maybe getting a few people off there, but 1 second left to go. Somebody's got to contest it. It'll be Freak Out on the duplicate, but Flame himself able to find 2 picks already. A 3rd pick on the Freak Out's duplicate, and this is just a good roll for them. Selfo finding a Pulse Bomb kill onto the Wrecking Ball. No more chances at this other than one more person, and the Pulse Bomb eaten up by Mathlete. Not good. Sorrow has to hold on as long as they possibly can, as well as the Lucio coming out from Bab, who's already down to low health, but the overtime clock will run out, and NTNS to complete the underdog story, to complete their way all the way from the first round, losing out in the first game, going all the way back and making their way through, losing to Reverse in the very first round. Then they would beat the Guppies. Then they would beat Lemonu. Then they would beat Crystal Drip Gaming and Reverse in the Losers Grand Finals. This would be the story if NTNS can hold out here.
All I can say is that NTNS certainly don't drive automatic because they have got the clutch in the car. Absolutely incredible stuff. NTNS, I mean, it just looked so often, Clutch Key, that they were out. It was done. There was no opportunities left. And then NTNS just staggering back in. Yes, it's you know, fair enough. It's assault, right? That you can make that argument all you want, but the short answer is they didn't give it up. So just 42.3% taken there by Dark Allegiance on point number 2, and that's all they need to get NTNS to send us to, well, a winning NTNS squad. I mean, this is just incredible stuff. And looking at the compositions now, Clutch Key, we've got much of the same, pretty much everything, and it looks as if the Ana composition might have been the adjustment that was really necessary back all the way back on Busan, because remember, I believe they were playing Brigitte, if I'm not mistaken, on Precedent. I cannot recall.
No, it was. I believe it was. They were playing the Moira Lucio, I believe, earlier on.
Oh, you're right, they were.
Yeah.
So clearly those adjustments working out very well here for this composition, and so hey, that's what works. We are back into it though against this double bubble. It's gonna have to be stand or go home for Dark Allegiance.
Dark Allegiance needing to hold the line here, and Sorrow starts it off well, but a great sleep dart from Tortoise. Make sure that Sorrow is sent back to the spawner, and Flame himself able to res up as well. So Mathlete now jumping right in, and we'll see if this team out of NTNS has what it takes to take point number 1. They did so very fast last time on Route 66 on their time back. See if it works out in their favor. Good Zarya bubble to protect it. McCree from dying out, Freak Out still alive. However, first pick is already going to be taken by this team, and you can see them push the ball inside of this room. The only person able to get out is Sorrow, who's going to be able to dash on point, and now the jump here. But this Winston now just a little bit of trouble inside the side room. No healing coming to him, so Flame himself and Mathlete both going down, which means that Dark Allegiance right now holds the line.
Yeah, and I mean it's kind of been the story of the last couple of games at the very least, or rather the last couple of maps, where Freak Out and Sorrow, kind of the pop-off potential players here for Dark Allegiance. Whenever they're popping off, that's really when we see Dark Allegiance at their best. But about a minute and a half burned off of this clock already, and so that's a pretty solid position. Though, as we move forward, these ultimates starting to come online are going to be increasingly problematic for Dark Allegiance defense.
So Dark Allegiance having that Deadeye online. Deadeyes have been good all series long here from both sides, really, but Humongous and Sorrow able to get 2 kills. Mercy has a res. We'll see if they use it on, or if they even use it here, because, again, picks start to fall. And Dark Allegiance with a very fast defensive hold.
Yeah, and we're seeing how well Turtoise on the Ana is working out for the defense of Dark Allegiance. Precedent made that adjustment, and then, now Turtoise, who has been playing the Zenyatta the whole time, sure, you don't have any sort of defensive ultimate available, but you do have the nano boost, and, for example, right now, with the ultimates online, you can just throw that onto Humongous, and he has massive cleave damage, and that's exactly what we're going to see.
Nano boosted Winston on the back line here. Tortoise is going to go right into it, but a great bounty, meaning no more healing coming to the side of Humongous. Humongous is going to have to get out of there. Humongous does. Pulse Bomb comes out. Not going to find anything. It looks like, I believe that Flame and stuff is actually going to duplicate into the side of the Zarya, and that's a big Primal Rage pick onto Freak Out. Sorrow going down too, so both TPS is now down for the side of Dark Allegiance, and picks should start to fall here as Selfo able to find a pick onto Humongous, and that will force back Dark Allegiance, meaning NTNS 42.3%, and they are champions of the intermediate division.
Yeah, just a little bit to find, though. I mean, that being said, there's a couple of players left on the cleanup, but that's going to be not a problem here for the offense. It looks so strong there, I thought, for Dark Allegiance. The problem was that, Humongous got antied. That was the biggest issue, and so you had to try and recover from that. So many resources going into saving Humongous' life. Yes, you did save him Humongous' life, but Freakal and Sorrow both going down in the process made things difficult, though. Zyrox, with this Graviton Surge, certainly has the tools to make this fight a win.
Flame himself getting a kill onto Freak Out, which is big, but Bab also getting that whip shot kill onto Flame himself too, so that's a big stop for them. Selfo able to get away just in time before he dies, but Math Elite's going down, and that is going to force back NTNS. So the second point is always the hardest to take, but if you're NTNS, you're not too worried because you only need 42.3%, but is that something to worry about?
I mean, you always got to keep that in mind. That being said, though, I think for at least the next fight, you're really strong because you won that fight without really investing anything, Dark Allegiance. So that's pretty perfect. And in fact, Mathlete investing something himself off the back of that. So moving forward, my eyes right now on Zyrox and Humongous. What do you do with the Primal Rage and the Graviton Surge? You have to convert that into something big.
Winston's going to jump right in here. This is going to be Mathlete in the back line. Already getting killed onto Free Cal already, so a good start for them. A 6v5 situation, but that's also going to put Mathlete in trouble because of the Graviton Surge. And Sorrow's going to get some picks for the Primal Rage, knocks Preston off the map as well. So a big pick for them, and Humongous is just going to go up. And again, both healers going down by the hands of the Primal Rage, so that means Dark Allegiance holds the line.
Humongous has been so good with that Primal Rage, consistently getting not only frags, but just juggling everybody into bad positions. And so now, this is where things get problematic for Dark Allegiance. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock, and it's basically a full bank of ultimates available for NTNS. They've got whatever they want to work with moving forward, and they're just going to have to pull something out, with both of these defensive ultimates available.
Deadeye comes out. We'll see if it finds anything. Doesn't find anything for Freak Out. So that's going to be all that's not very good for the side used already on the side of Dark Allegiance. And Freak Out able to take down Flame himself. Duplicate already. So no Graviton Search available there. There's the Zarya in the back line. No healing coming, but the bubble's still up there. So we'll see if that happens. But Sorrow able to get the Pulse Bomb onto Preston. And Flame himself going down too. So this could be a win here for the side of Dark Allegiance. The fence is being put up here. And there is no getting over it. NTNS has to back up yet again.
That's humongous so many times. That investment was there, and they didn't get enough out of it. Selfo, unfortunately, didn't use the Pulse Bomb. I think that could have been a good opener, but just didn't quite have a good opportunity to make that work. And so everything pretty much invested there. But now all you have to deal with is a Pulse Bomb and a Primal Rage. Two, I mean, yes, impactful, but less so ultimates, especially on Assault, where you can respawn very quickly if you're the defense. The key here is Mathlete. getting on to the Graviton Surge. If he's able to get that, that's the fight turner and potentially fight winner, Clutchkey.
And Ultimate online for the side of Dark Allegiance. We'll see if that Graviton Surge makes the difference, but Umanga's taking out Mathlete right away. I don't know if you'd want to use the Graviton Surge here. In the meantime, it's already 2 kills falling, but Mathlete takes winning the mirror Zarya fight. Deadeye comes out from Free Cal again, not finding anything, but does get some damage onto Battlelock in the meantime. And it's still another fence held, so 45 seconds left. We could be going to game 5 if one more defensive hold for Dark Allegiance stands.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just going to be an uphill battle here, Clutchkey. The problem is there's just nothing at all available. Umanga's really the only real ultimate going to be online for the next fight is the Primal Rage. We've seen how effective Umanga's can be with that Primal Rage, but I mean, it's going to have to be massive. That's the real key, and Zyrox needs to buy enough time to pull out another Graviton Surge. That's going to be the nail in the coffin if Dark Allegiance win this.
There's the Winston coming up here. Primal Rage comes out from Athlete. We'll see if that finds anything. Flame himself with 2 kills on the concussion mine already. They've got a chance here. NTNS could complete the story that they want to, and the dream is complete. NTNS all the way back from first round loss, all the way as champions of the intermediate division.
What an incredible storyline, and on top of that, incredible play coming through from this NTNS side and Flame himself. Who else on the Junkrat in order to make this massive play here to clutch things out the very last moment? And it was that, like I said, the Graviton Surge of Mathlete closing the doors of this grand finals on Dark Allegiance. And well, I'm honestly flabbergasted here. Clutchkey, we just watched just an incredible comeback, throughout each of these maps. We saw the first map going the way of Dark Allegiance, sure, but it looked dominant. It looked as if Dark Allegiance could walk away with things. Things got a little bit closer on King's Row, and it was a bit of a coin flip for NTNS, and they won it. They got it. That 50-50 winning out in their direction. They took control on Route 66 and closed it out here on Volskaya. Absolutely incredible storyline to watch unfold in front of our eyes, Clutchkey, and really great stuff all the way around for both of these teams.
I mean, for NTNS rather, you could even justify that matchup was their storyline throughout the whole thing. You talk about the first loss onto Busan, again onto Dark Allegiance on the very first map, losing the map 2-0, but then running through the rest of the 3 maps kind of headlines the story. If you're talking about NTNS, the comeback is real. They complete the dream. They complete the story. Intermediate champions of the Vexo Overwatch Cup. And I mean, what a journey for them. So now you got to figure, we're going into the other matchups too, but I would think this matchup is probably the best one we've seen so far between the two of us. So let's get down to it now. NTNS Gaming with the 3-1 win, your player of the match here for them.
Man, I feel like it's so difficult to make a decision, because especially when we talk about the step up over the course of the series, I think everybody stepped up hugely, really made adjustments that were super impactful. But I kind of feel like the off-tank play of Mathlete was very, very good. That's certainly in the conversation, and probably Flame himself, if I had to pick 2, and of those, well, Selfo has to be in the conversation too. Man, it's so difficult.
With a team that just came out winning 3-1, it really is hard to pick. But you could argue. Which Mathlete are you talking about? Though is the question, because there were 2.
Yeah, the off tank of
Okay.
Yeah, man, I think it would have to go to probably Selfo. I think over the course of the series stepped up in big ways, but on King's Row especially, Mathlete on the off tank was very good as well. There was just so many moments. The thing that I think puts me over the edge, I thought the diva play from Mathlete was not incredible. It was good, it was fine, but it wasn't that extra step above. And I think Selfo's play on both the Tracer whenever he was on that, as well as the McCree, really turned the tides in a couple of these fights, made the difference. But honestly, I want to say that Umangas really big stuff. Sorrow as well, and I thought in general, Zekros incredible stuff. That's the problem when we talk player of the match. I feel like I want to pick 4 or 5 players at least. That's how good the performances were from each of these teams.
All right, well, we're going to close out here. And Vincent, again, as always, it's been fun, my friend, but we have to close out here. And a great game overall. A big finals matchup. NTNS is your grand finals champions of the intermediate division, expert division coming up very soon. And Vincent, we're going to be watching these last two matches coming up with the losers finals for the expert side as well as the grand finals on their side. What do you expect from this? I mean, we just saw a great match. Do you expect anything different, or do you want to see the same thing happening in these last two matches coming up?
I mean, it's hard to say, but definitely tune in because, like, this was an absolute banger of a match, and I think we're only going to be seeing more of that moving forward.
All right, well, we're going to close out here. Thank you to everybody here at the Vexo tournament side. We want to thank Blizzard for his great production as well, his great observing, and he caught a lot of the things, including, by the way, the very clippable pulse bomb at that 4K pulse bomb at the clip in itself, and then we got the tire as well. His observing has been great, and his producing has been great all day long. So again, thank you to Blizzard. Vincent, my friend, you and I will talk again very soon, but it's been a great day for us, for Vincent, for Blizzard, for all of us at Vexo Tournaments, and for Clutchkey. We'll see you around. Next tournaments coming up, the expert grand finals and losers finals coming up next. This is the Vexo Overwatch Cup.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vexo Overwatch Cup. Last night, we saw the Expert Division Winners Finals knock Gaia Esports Hyperion down into the losers, and now here we are in the losers finals to see Weird Squad take on Hyperion. My name is Keela Miles, joined today by Beak to bring you this amazing game as we wrap up the conclusion of the Vexo Cup.
And hey everyone, it's great to be with you. My name is Beak, like Kilo said, and we have 3 squads left in all of the Vexo Overwatch Cup remaining to see what their fates are. We have Weird Squad, we have Gaia Esports, Hyperion, and we are waiting to see who's going to be taking on UDG Gaming in that grand finals for the Expert Division. So this one's going to be a really interesting game because both these squads have lost to UDG respectively. So but Hyperion is the only one that actually took a map off of them, right? So it was really all about, even though this game is going to be very close as to who's going to meet UDG in the final, it's, you know, what shape do they look like to see they can try and take any more maps off UDG because they're looking really good in this particular meta.
And let me tell you, Beak, what we saw of Hyperion towards the end of the previous game was really promising to me. They, I'll be honest, didn't look too hot in the beginning, especially when they got full held on King's Row, but then they started to figure out counterplay. Like you said, they took a map and they made a respectable showing on Temple of Anubis. So now that they've had a full day to look back, analyze, figure out what their mistakes were, I can easily see them coming back and getting the run back on UDG. But first, they got to respect the Weird Squad.
Yeah, Weird Squad is a squad that came in 3rd in the Will English Invitational just a few months ago, which was a little bit surprising because I don't think anyone was expecting them to have such a good showing. But they are a really good team. They play a lot of good Winston compositions, and they do play a decent amount of Sombra. So we'll look to see how much of that effect is going into today. We saw Gaia Esports Hyperion play some odd compositions yesterday, but it ended up getting them that map win, right? They were able to full hold UDG on Rialto first point, which pretty much an anti-ball composition that just worked extremely effectively well. So I want to see what are the different dynamics they're going to be going into this game and how Weird Squad is going to counteract anything that Hyperion throws at them.
And one thing that Hyperion is probably going to be throwing at them is some info that we got about the support line of Hyperion. Because you see down there in the back line, or, well, now they're going to be up at the top of the screen. They are probably one of the better Baptistes in this level of Overwatch. They are popping all the time, and that's why they were running Baptiste so much the other day. They can just pick a Pharah, an Echo straight out of the sky, all headshots as soon as that Ant Matrix goes up. So I'm going to be looking to see more of that now.
Yeah, especially, I mean, when you have your support line and people have hero pools that are stronger and weaker than others, you play to those strengths and weaknesses, even with the meta. We talked a little bit about the meta yesterday and how people and teams find their own versions of those metas. So I think that was something that Hyperion was trying to channel through their composition yesterday with that BAP, with a Brig as well as the McCree and the Sombra, especially with that Rhine Zarya, which is not something you see too often, especially on Rialto Point A, when you have a lot of different high ground and areas to kind of dive in with a ball or a Winston. But nevertheless, that's not what we're going to have here. We're going to have pretty much straight up meta here, comps, here on Ilios Lighthouse.
And starting off, the Weird Squad gonna be going around the side, gonna clash right in the center of the map. Almost mirrors right here, but the key difference is keep an eye on Elliot on that Sombra. Gonna be a thorn in the side of Super Gomez if they get that hack off. But Railgun immediately taking a position over by the Lighthouse, trying to get that pressure in, but Zenyatta's long-range damage is a bit more terrifying than Echo's. The clash is starting inside that small building, being watched over by Railgun, as both teams try to maintain the high ground. The Weird Squad doing a better job of it now, but Hyperion is not really giving up any space. Finally going on to the point. Railgun drops down and is immediately in the danger zone. Both supports down, though, on the side of Hyperion. Or the Weird Squad, rather, and that will be very difficult for them to hold on here. You can see all of them at half health or less.
And we see as the point does cap over for Hyperion, even though 7% was given over to that Weird Squad, Hyperion pretty much just let Weird Squad get the point for a second just to have someone to dive. They had a perfectly executed dive on neutral in that on the point and pretty much deletes them as Super Gomez got really low in the back of this Lily House map. Now we have the retake trying to come out with Train Max Power already has that pulse bomb ready to go.
Ooh, and the Discord Orb almost means the end of Railgun's life, who is now on that McCree as opposed to the Echo. They are taking a page out of Hyperion's own book to deal with Stevic on this ball. Being chased around right now by Lunacy, but in the mid-ground, they don't really care about Stevic having a bad time because Hyperion just have such great positioning in the center of the map. Trying to get the hack right now onto Super Gomez in the back before they can even use their shields. Gonna be bursted down, or almost instantly. Tran Max Power will eventually get the finishing blow, but not before Dark Lord loses their mech. Luckily, Tran Max Power doesn't really mind that the rest of their team is having a bad time. Doing wonders on this Tracer, dancing around, hurls the pulse bomb towards Basilisk. Won't connect, but that will be a continued hold right now. 60% and building for Hyperion.
Yeah, the Weird Squad has to be able to regroup right now. They are down too many people, and they're already at almost 70% of this capture percentage. And we've seen a couple different times Super Gomez get caught out with a hack and the dive coming in from Hyperion, that they are looking for those hack targets being super effective. But most importantly, we have that EMP ready to go. But Neutral has that Transcendence ready to counteract, and then that Elliot throws at them.
Oh, that was brutal right there. A perfect execution of a Wrecking Ball. Super Gomez deleted from the game with the Discord Orb and everything, and now Elliot looking to do some deleting of their own with this EMP, but no one seems to be willing to come to the center of the map to play with them. I can't imagine why. The High Noon from the window will clear a path for the Weird Squad to make their way to point, but the Transcendence means they're not going to get many kills. Catrix will go down, though, which is a big hindrance to them. The Weird Squad actually has a solid hold on the point right now, but with Railgun falling off the side and Basilisk eating a straight orb to the face. Oh, and Neutral going down as well right after the Transcendence expires. The lifeline of the Weird Squad is expiring fast, and even though the point does flip over, they are looking good.
And Paralysis gets the better of Train Max Power with a stick bomb on the enemy Tracer. But Elliot still has his EMP, and then he goes out and throws that on the solo Diva. So this is just going to try and win this right here and right now.
Yeah, both tanks EMP'd in the back, but it's the Diva who does not lose her life. Lunacy still back there fighting. The point still has not flipped back over to Hyperion, even though it seemed like they had won the fight. It took a little too long to clean up the stragglers of the Weird Squad after they let the point flip over, and now they are kind of in a rough predicament. You don't want to let them get too much percentage, but also if you keep fighting this long fight, the ultimates are just going to build up for the Weird Squad.
And it seems like the Weird Squad is just trying to touch for as long as possible because they know this fight isn't exactly one for them. Look, it's just one person after the other. Lucio touches, the Diva touches, but now the Diva's out of mech. And this is just kind of curtains here for a Weird Squad. I don't think there's anyone else going to be able to touch. Maybe Paralysis, but once these mons come out, this is a very precarious spot to be able to contest as we see a lot of those kills come in for Hyperion. And that'll be first point.
Yeah, those mines catching Paralysis, and that really was just a stall fight through and through. The Weird Squad could have hoped for some sort of miracle with their, maybe a pulse bomb, maybe a self-destruct, but at this level, that would be unlikely. But all in all, Hyperion did a good job of keeping their head cool throughout all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hyperion did a great job in terms of execution on that opening map, right? They pick and chose the perfect times to make those dives. We saw how clean and executed that people would go once they decided, especially like in Super Gomez, the hacks on Super Gomez and those efficient kills on him is really what set the tone going forward for Hyperion. And it's really why Weird Squad didn't really have any type of weird kind of aggressive push until the very end, right? Until they were able to actually use some of those ultimates to push them off the point. But by that point, all Hyperion needed was just one fight win, right? So they just need to get a couple frags and make that happen. As you see Elliot already out there with the Tracer and getting that main health pack hacked on that coast, that's very big.
And an interesting turn of events right now, going over to the double bubble instead. This is that Winston composition you were talking about, and it's working wonders right now. Immediately isolating, letting Lunacy burn them away with the industrial laser, and Super Gomez will take their position on the point, getting the first cap this time.
And they take the interesting pathing to the point all the way through that left-hand side and then make an aggressive dive over to that health pack, and they still were able to get the burst enough kills. So I think Super Gomez feels way more comfortable in this double bubble comp than he is on the Wrecking Ball, but they can play both pretty efficiently well. But they have this high ground, and this is exactly where they want to be so far.
Yeah, and I am a little confused about who is supposed to be touching the point. The Sombra means Paralysis cannot stall it out, so they will let the point flip over. And the weird thing is Hyperion doesn't really lose anything for getting that back up. They just regroup. They're a very mobile composition, and now it's going to be the Weird Squad on the back foot. They're not going to be building percentage for this whole fight if Hyperion keeps this up, but they are going to be forced back to just to keep anyone from falling. No more, not really that much pressure on Stevik right now, as they're just allowed to do whatever they please, but that is working out in the Weird Squad's favor because this double bubble composition is not faltering.
And it's interesting that they're not faltering, and they have to choose a dive target as they try and get that Zarya caught out. Doesn't exactly die. But the thing that the Hyperion squad or Hyperion can do is surround them and then dive them from multiple angles. Whereas this double bubble composition is very linear. You go out, you pick a target, you throw that bubble out, and you have the bubble or the projected bubble as well. Whereas, you know, this is going to be something you can't really keep all those threats from multiple places.
Stevik finding neutral, though, is going to be a huge opening, especially with Super Gomez going down as well. Not going to have that Primal Rage to stall out. I need to see some aggression right now from Hyperion, though, and with the Amp Matrix from on the high ground, that's looking more and more likely. And Railgun is ambushed by Stevik, and they will not escape as Max Power joins them in the corridor. Super Gomez is back on the field now, looking to use that Primal Blade, the Primal Rage on the point to knock everyone around, but with these mines, they can't really afford to do that. And Hyperion is paying dearly for taking so long to commit again, 90% on the board, going for an optimistic EMP, but there's no one to follow up on it, and it's Elliot. This is really fallen apart, this Hyperion strategy. Stevik now touching the point, but this might just be thrown in the towel for Hyperion as the map gets tied up.
Yeah, I mean, talk about night and day for the two compositions and two map types on Ilios so far. Just how clean and how comfortable Weird Squad is on this double bubble composition. I don't think Hyperion was even expecting that. And even where they were able to pull some of that percentage off of them just by pulling the fight back to the point when they had that high ground control, it just didn't seem like it was enough. The Weird Squad had a lot of well-executed dives, especially on the right? We talked about is one of the important parts and the staple of this composition that Hyperion likes to play, right? And if he's coming out of the spawner multiple times, then that's not a good barometer for success for Hyperion. So now we are tied 1-1 going into this final round of Ilios, and anything can happen here as we see Steve CK is trying to kind of hover around that Reinhardt and a Torb, but I can't imagine they're going to roll with this, but it seems like they want to do it. This is not exactly the point you think you'd want to see Reinhardt, but here we go.
Almost the Defran strategy. I'm expecting to see them to be rotating around between the different corners, kiting the double bubble composition around. I gotta say, Beak, this is peak Overwatch right now. We have seen so many different compositions in this one map. This is anything to tell what is coming. I am excited. But right now, Max Power with their team, Hyperion seizing the back right corner of the map. But not really going to matter too much as the Weird Squad refuses to contest them until they do. Super Gomez's bubble is almost instantly deleted, and they don't have much of a lifeline. Just going to jump into that hole to get some cover, but Elliot will catch him on the way back out. It'll be a kind of a bloodbath right now as all of the Weird Squad, like Hyperion in the previous map, are divided and easy pickings for the coordinated, bunched together Hyperion squad.
Yeah, this is certainly not something that I think the Weird Squad anticipated or scrimmed for. I don't think anyone brings out Rein, Zarya, Torb. But however, they aren't giving up this fight. Weird Squad is still going to try and make this a fight here, especially because no one's capped the point yet.
Yeah, this is going to be very close, especially as there's only a fraction of a percentage left. The point will finally flip over to Hyperion as they get those last few kills, and I'm wondering how the Weird Squad wants to adjust to this. Already going to the Echo. Yeah, the Wrecking Ball Diva dive is going to be it.
Yeah, we do see this is, I think, a much better adjustment here. We want to play that distance. Even with Elliot on the hit scan, having a pocketed Echo is just a very challenging task to try and negate. And Paralysis can have a lot of effect with this Pulse Bomb, and just make sure that Ryan doesn't get any value in this composition, especially because the geography, as he goes down already to that Pulse Bomb, doesn't exactly lend itself to his playstyle.
Yeah, this composition eats Ryan for breakfast, but Elliot getting those squishies in the mid-ground is going to be a definite chance for Hyperion to hold out. Without the Mercy or the Tracer, the Weird Squad isn't going to be quite as confident pushing forward, especially as Lunacy eats that flashbang. Elliot doing a great job being the anchor of their team, holding out in the back line.
Now, Elliot on that McCree has been so effective in the last day or two with negating the ability and the value of ball. We saw happen yesterday against UDG to a fair amount, and we saw getting a couple of their picks with that high ground as Super Gomez gets a nice big boop on Steve CK.
Yeah, Steve CK really not getting a chance to play the game in the slightest. But I don't think they mind that much, since they do have the Earth Shatter up and ready. Even if they just get 1 or 2 kills with that, it will be enough. I almost expect to see a Solar Shatter on the grab. Speaking of that grab, they're going to catch Super Gomez in the center of the point. Not going to get the kill, though. Tricks holding on there, going for the Shatter on a Basilisk. Catches the Mercy with the Shatter. The Weird Squad going to be hurting with that one.
And this is coming up the last fight, right? We know we have some ultimates coming online for the Weird Squad, but they got to do something quick. And what will Railgun do with this duplicate copy? Will he try and counter this Rhine? Will he try and go for like a grab? Or there's also copying a Brig for even more sustain. They have a lot of options here, and it's going to be very important what they do with it.
Ooh. Once again, Steve CK is the main target right there, but Lunacy and Super Gomez paying dearly for daring to touch that Reinhardt for a 3rd time in a row. Now, without those tanks in the way, this overtime is looking very good for the side of Hyperion. Now, the Weird Squad will duplicate up, get a Rhine of their own, and they just barely managed to get a Shatter, but Steve CK is there for the block. Nailgun will lose their German form, and the Crusader is the only one on the field. Steve CK is going to be pressured down, but eventually, Gomez goes off the side to a rallying Brig, and now with Paralysis caught in the grab, they don't really have that much clutch potential. Railgun is really their only hope for any more picks. Lunacy is so low, flying around this point like a straight bee, but not going to be able to survive for long, as Hyperion will do another complete turnaround on Ilios and get the first point on the board for Gaia Esports.
I mean, honestly, just when you think Gaia Esports is going to zig, they zag. I mean, who was ever expecting a Rhine Zarya Torb composition on Ilios? Well, of all points on Ilios, you know, you would think that you might see that on Lighthouse, where they force the fight on the point or something like that. But no, they wanted to take it in the most, I guess, disadvantageous type of map geometry for them. But it didn't matter because the Weird Squad couldn't adjust. They couldn't play the monkey into that at all. Right, because that just shreds monkey even more than some of the normal compositions we've seen right now. And also, I don't think they even knew exactly how to crack it, especially because the ultimates and the ult economy for Hyperion was just too much, right, by the time they made those switches. And even with the duplicate copy coming in at the end, it's got no value. So that was a really interesting and well-executed composition that Hyperion gave, and it's given them the map win.
And I do got to say, even though it was not exactly it, that's more or less what they pulled out against UDG Gaming in order to deal with their Wrecking Ball. So that might be a taste of what Hyperion is prepared for us today. You could see the Weird Squad had the right idea. They isolated Steve CK twice. First, just through sheer burst damage, and then by knocking him into the pit. But ultimately, it didn't really matter all too much. They just couldn't find ways to get the rest of the backline. And to that, I credit mostly to Elliot and
And Steve CK just has to be a cooldown sponge, honestly, right? As that Reinhardt. I know that's a lot of the main tank's job a lot of the time. But as long as you're taking a lot of that brunt of the initial dive that Weird Squad was trying to throw out, you can play around that, right? So any of the other cooldowns that have been used to just try and make that space didn't really matter, right? And then they have a lot of win conditions with that Hyperion composition they are running. They have grab with the Molten Core. They have Earth Shatter that Steve CK threw out, I think, on a solo Mercy, but that's still a lot of value. So, and played really well, especially again on that Baptiste. And that was a really tough comp for Super Gomez to try and dive, whether he was Ball or Winston, right? So how they were trying to decode that, it took more than one round of Ilios, and I think that was really smart, right? If you know that Weird Squad is going to be playing double bubble, going super heavy brawl composition and heavy sustain will actually counter that double bubble. So credit to Hyperion for playing the chess game correctly.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder if we're going to be seeing this game of rock, paper, scissors throughout the whole night. You got the let's just look at the tank line, because I can't list off all the compositions, but you got the Ball Zarya, then you go over to the double bubble, and then to counter that, you go for the Brawl, But then the Brawl, I believe, should be countered by the Ball Zarya if they're able to find a way through. The issue is Hyperion has broken the sacred law of the land. They are winning with the Brawl composition against the Ball Zarya.
Yeah, it's so much of it is just the rock, paper, scissors, but that's all theory. That's all theory craft, right? Because it doesn't matter once you get into the game. It's all about how you execute those compositions, right? So even if Balzaria is theoretically the superior composition, if you're not getting the value with that comp, then you shouldn't be running it, right? So you'd be playing something that you're more comfortable with before you practice to get better at that composition. So we do see a pause come out before we get into the next map, which will be King's Row, which you do see a lot of Brawl compositions out, but as we see right now, hovering over the screen, we are seeing some dive. We see Ball Zarya, Ball Diva, and even Winston Ball kind of being flirted with for the side of Hyperion. So they pull out those Brawl compositions every once in a while in the most unexpected times for Hyperion. But it seems like it's been working for them, and it's continuing for it today.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Hyperion is going to stick with this strategy. I think the Brigitte Baptiste support line is locked in no matter what kind of composition they go for. However, the Weird Squad on the defense is something we definitely can analyze, and I gotta wonder about this support line. I have to assume that Basilisk might be swapping off. But I do, in general, like this straight-up dive composition. They're foregoing the spammy aspect of Tracer Echo and instead going for full damage. Yeah, there's the Mercy Zen. This is the most, one of the most high-damaging compositions we've ever seen in Overwatch.
Yeah, this makes a lot more sense in terms of on the defense. If you're going to run that Echo, you have to have the Mercy pocket, especially on this map. But what they don't know is that Elliot is going to be coming out on that hit scan Widow. But that could be a really good target for Super Gomez and Paralysis and Railgun to dive in coordination. So look for them to control this high ground and make sure to pick and choose their spots here on this defense because they want to have that high ground control. But let's see what Trainmax Power does here with this Pharah pick. We don't really see him hovering over. We do see him change over to the Tracer. This is a lot more traditional to what Hyperion has been running so far. This is not the same thing that they run yesterday against UDG. So they have learned a little bit of their lesson here. They're not running the Echo with the BAP and Brig. They got a little bit more of a base brawly comp that's more on the ground. So this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, the double bubble composition is going to be nice. Elliot is going to have a hard time sticking with the mobile tank line, but I believe they're going to be more sticking with Catatrix and preventing Super Gomez and Lunacy from having their way from them. And if Paralysis gets uppity, you know they're going to catch a flashbang.
Yeah, we see the boop from Lunacy just trying to negate Steve CK just for that initial dive, but it's really interesting. Look at the rotation by Hyperion just to try and take that high ground away. Super Gomez has to take that low ground, and maybe he'll try and go for a boop here. But this is what we're saying. The high ground of this is so important to try and get the high ground for Elliot and for Catatrix and because it's going to make them even harder to dive from between this side of Super Gomez, Paralysis, and Railgun.
The surprise Winston from the low ground. They're lucky that Lunacy was up there to save them, but was on the other side of that hallway, and Neutral is out of this fight for now. No Discord Orb at all for the Weird Squad. A lot of the damage taken out the wings. Now, Hyperion is ready to drop to the low ground, finish what they started, but Super Gomez trying to buy as much time as possible, caught in the hotel zone, not going to be able to escape this time, and Hyperion has perfected this high ground rotation. Might have taken a bit, but it was pretty fast, all things considered, and they're looking at a very sizable time bank for point B unless the Weird Squad can pull something out of the hat.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like they should have that recontest. The only one that could have touched was Paralysis, and they were just going to flirt with it for a second, rather have better spawns to take this fight onto the streets phase. And they do have some ultimates coming up online, so Railgun's going to have that duplicate copy in relative a couple seconds here. Neutral does have that Transcendence ready to go, and again, trying to take that high ground. It's all about protecting Steve CK on this Winston, because he'd be so fragile against the high damage composition that the Weird Squad is running. So it's going to be very interesting to see where they're going to take this fight and how they want to take this fight as the cart is moving towards this choke.
Well, Steve CK doesn't want to take the fight in the bar, is going to get out of dodge right there. And they're playing it safe around the cart right now. They don't have a need to engage, especially as Elliot will just pick Railgun out of the sky in a position where Basilisk has no chance of resin them. And because of the Weird Squad has to cede so much territory to Hyperion as they're almost to the last fight of King's Row.
It just seems like they're quickly resetting here. They need to get all on the same page as they have gone a complete swap. Super Gomez is moving over to the Reinhardt, so they want to play a little bit more of a brawl-based composition. Basilisk, I think, is trying to reset because, yeah, he wants to swap over to that Lucio. You can't play a Ryan composition on King's Row without that Lucio speed, and you're going to need it to be able to speed into the core that is the Zarya and the McCree in this composition. But they have a lot of ultimates here. This is looking way more advantageous for them.
Neutral has to be swapping off right here, but the Transcendence will not save Paralysis' life. They got 3 tanks out here, almost goats, but lacking a Brigitte right now from the Weird Squad. But unfortunately, that does not automatically mean they win. The Graviton Surge is nice, but it doesn't really catch enough, and there's no one to really follow up on it if it did. That was kind of a last-ditch effort right there from the Weird Squad, but Neutral is finally off the Zen, onto the Baptiste, and it looks like Elliot might be swapping off as well.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and counteract what the brawl composition that the Weird Squad is trying to bring to them. We knew the Weird Squad would not win that fight, right? With all the swaps they had coming in, there was way too much ult advantage for Hyperion to not win, right? So just even with that duplicate copy from Railgun swapping over to the Mei, so they're going full brawl comp here, is the Weird Squad trying to hold a lot more, but that window comes out completely gets negated by that Mei wall.
Oh, and there's no one to block that shatter, though. Super Gomez being sped in the backline to finish off what they started. The Weird Squad sticking together, making sure no more casualties come out, as that's a flawless fight win right there off of the back of Steve CK being way too far back.
And we do see a complete reset here. We'll see what Hyperion does to try and counteract this. Are they going to stay in the same comp? No. Steve is going to move over to the ball. So again, a lot more mobility, a lot more survivability from that ball composition, especially when you're going against, look at the enemy team here. You're going to Mei and McCree. You're going to get blown up really fast if you don't have those perfectly timed bubbles as Winston. So ball makes a lot more sense here. But we do have some ultimates going in ready for the Weird Squad to use here with that Diva Bomb as well as a High Noon.
Yeah, but this is a nice strat right there. A lot to counter the AoE damage. Going for that bomb, and they will catch him with it. A lot of instant kills right there. The charge, the self-destruct, the High Noon, and it's just all a reset for Hyperion now. The Weird Squad has found their footing.
And the Weird Squad knows exactly how to play this comp. They have to take the fight to Hyperion here, especially on this third point, because if you let Hyperion set up and get in positions that they want to be in and have that dive from multiple angles, they won't be able to do anything. As we see, Steve has finally swapped over to the ball, so we're gonna have that brawl v brawl on King's Row point C here, finally, that we've been waiting for. We see so much of that ball Zarya now, but it's good to see some classic Ryan v Ryan matchups.
The Blizzard thrown out there already. Railgun is going to try and catch most of the team, but Hyperion does have the mobility to get out of there. And yet, Super Gomez, the one person to not receive the sound barrier, is eventually going to escape. Oh, can't see Matrix that laser, though. They will get out of there. This is just an extended fight for Hyperion, and they're not really getting much out of it.
No, this is very good for Weird Squad to be able to just kind of sit here on the payload here and not actually have any more card progress for them, right, as that window comes out. But it doesn't seem like they get much as Neutral just find Steve CK. So there is a pick coming out here, but a lot of ults coming in here.
And even though Elliot is on the high ground, they're not safe from Lunacy, who's going to fly right back up there to finish them off. 2 minutes left for Hyperion to put something together, and their ultimate bank doesn't show them a lot of answers.
No, I mean, Train Max Power does have that duplicate ready to go, but Railgun, more importantly, has that Blizzard, and Hyperion doesn't have anything to answer for that Blizzard, right? You can't. There's no Diva to eat it. Catatrix doesn't have that beat ready to go. Paralysis, though, is kind of hanging out on a semi-flank, waiting for a High Noon that I don't even think they haven't scouted out here from behind.
Oh no, they have no idea, and 2 are immediately down! The Weird Squad winning that fight out of pocket, and they are feeling good about that. 1 High Noon to win the fight. Railgun did actually expend the Blizzard, but with 4 ultimates coming up for the last fight, they are feeling secure.
And Train Max Power used that duplicate, right? So now they're going to move over to the Mei on their own, in their own respect. But they have nothing to play with here. Steve is maybe going to have a shatter towards the mid round of this fight. But Weird Squad has both of their tank ultimates here. So look for that, maybe a bomb, throw that bomb out and then shatter behind. We'll see what kind of shenanigans that the Weird Squad wants to have here, but they're in a great position.
Yeah, trying to steal the high ground for the rest of their team as they finally get in there in the mirrored brawl. It's going to be Neutral using the Ant Matrix right at the center start, though, immediately eliminating Elliot. The Shatter will catch the tank line, and Super Gomez goes so low, and they're finally able to eliminate that Rhine before they can use the Shatter, the big opening that Hyperion needed, and they are not going to waste it. With the Ant Matrix in the background, is finally showing their stars. 2 eliminations for the Baptiste under the cover of Catatrix Sound Barrier.
And Basilisk has that beat thrown out just a second too late, isn't able to save Super Gomez after getting shattered. Him throws out that amplification matrix and is able to get a lot of value out of that. But it was a fairly expensive fight, but they do have a grab and mail coming up pretty here soon, as this is going to be final fight territory. But let's see if Super Gomez can get a shatter here.
Yeah, already in overtime right here. It's Shatter, but they do get the big Shatter, but they die in the process. The Immortality Field keeps Hyperion up as well, but the Blizzard goes on to Cart, who's going to keep contesting. The defense is getting burned down, but Stevik, they're able to stay strong, and now the grab. The Immortality Field burned away. Paralysis in the backline, though, shuts down any aggression. They're trading 1-for-1, which is always going to favor the Weird Squad in this situation. Someone needs to keep overtime going, though, and it's going to have to be Dark Lord staying on the point against all odds. It makes out on both sides, bisecting the corner. This is one little area of death on the cart right now, and Super Gomez finding healing is not a great start. Not going to keep that healing, that sustain going, and the kills are looking awful blue in the kill feed, as there's no one to keep this going. Trammax Power, they have the burst damage, but no way to really get the kills, as Elliot, the one person who might have been able to get a one-shot, is burned away by Paralysis, as Hyperion will be halted in the last part of King's Row, halfway to the finishing line. And the Weird Squad have a definite win condition going into this round.
This is interesting. Their Weird Squad was able to play their game on point C, and Hyperion let them play their game and then tried to match them with that Rhine composition, but they had such a good hold on that early going of point C. It took so much time. I think they had over 4 minutes to going into point C, right? The Hyperion did on their attack. So Weird Squad mounted a pretty nice defense there. Once they swapped over to that Rhine Brawl comp, feeling just way more comfortable on that. Clearly, they weren't doing that great on that dive composition that they had in the first 2 points, but they were able to fix it and able to prevent a full cap from Hyperion. So this is a great position for Weird Squad to be in. And let's say if they keep sticking with this brawl comp, I mean, you can clearly tell Super Gomez feels, and the rest of the Weird Squad feels way more comfortable in these big kind of squishy, more linear compositions that have been played, right? Between whether it's double bubble that we saw on the Ilios Ruins, or on this type of brawl composition. Anything you can get with that kind of composition, the way the philosophy they want to work it, this is exactly what they want. So it's all about how does Hyperion counteract it, knowing that the Weird Squad has this type of comfort and comfort picks that they want to have come out here.
Yeah, and going around the backside of King's Row attack, not wanting to give any information away to Hyperion. It's all eyes for me are going to be on Elliot right now. Where the dynamite's going to be placed? Where are the picks in the rotations? Because that's the thing that really gets the kills right now. And the Weird Squad, they're not facing any casualties as they're already on the point, avoiding any of the poke damage from Hyperion. Now, they're standing strong there, but Neutral being pressured down. Will give their life for it, though, and the supports are already down for Hyperion. Neutral will finally fall, but that's a heavy commitment just to get a Baptiste. You can see the tanks are retreating, hoping for one recontest maybe, but at this point, Hyperion is looking a little shaky. The ball will go in. Stevik immediately frozen up, and even though Elliot tried to get a flanking position on the high ground, they're taken out by Lunacy, not wanting to waste any time on the ground, as the Weird Squad is a dominant point A take.
Right, when you just make sure that fight gets taken on the point, it's all the pressure is on Hyperion to try and negate all of that, right? When they're trying to have that point pressure. But here's the thing, when they have this Ash, Elliot's on that Ash again, that long range hit scan, they don't have another Mercy pocket. So there's the same kind of conversation we had yesterday, where I think that would have been even more of an advantageous fight for Hyperion actually to play that high ground, play the distance away from this brawl composition, using the high ground of that point A, King's Row, and just have that damage boosted damage coming out from a distance. But nevertheless, that's not the case, right? So now we're on the streets phases. Steve K is going to try and contest this back line, but he's going to go down. So they're already going to be staggering here, and this is not the start that Hyperion wanted on their defense.
Not a semblance of stealth right there. Now Hyperion, they only got one more chance of holding on. But with the amplification matrix, the big bay window in the center of the street, there's not really much of a chance to hold out here. Lunacy is getting support, and Dark Lord isn't. And that's going to be really tough to get out of that situation. The defense matrix is not going to save their life, and now you got a Baby Diva on the high ground, and that's about it. Hyperion, they're kind of limping their way into the end of King's Row here. They had a chance right there, but with the sound barrier and the blizzard on the point, there's nothing Hyperion can do to touch the Weird Squad even. And they almost got 6 minutes to get halfway through King's Row C.
Hyperion just feels so discombobulated right now, right? There was so many different things happening there. We had the D.Va cut off on the high ground, being body blocked by Lunacy and Railgun, pretty effectively taking that, right, just negating all the effect of the D.Va. So this is not good for Hyperion, to say the least, as Lunacy has a bomb ready to go. But Hyperion does have a decent amount of ults to try and hold this, but this is going to be a gargantuan effort if they can.
Yeah, Steve CK already down. I don't think Dark Lord wanted to chuck that bomb while there's no one really to follow up on it, but someone has to get on point, and they don't want to leave it without any tanks. Lunacy going up to the high ground, forcing Transmax power away. Dropping that Transcendence on point, letting their team have a fighting chance, but Elliot will go down in the back anyway. The bomb into the back line of Hyperion will not find root, and the mines are the winner here, pushing Super Gomez into them, and everyone else is just resetting onto the mines.
Yeah, smart use of those mines by Steve CK, being able to use them at the very last possible second when a lot of the cooldowns have been used by the Weird Squad. But the really big win condition here is Railgun with that Blizzard, and use that Transcendence. So there is no sustain here coming in from that to be able to defend against that Blizzard. But now they're going to be trying to get that flank here, and that's going to be interesting. They want to take that fight over in that back corner, but now they've negated him completely. So this is going to be looking rough for Hyperion.
Yeah, the only thing that Booth got is it did force out the Immortality field, but they're already 3 down on the side of Hyperion. They're fast, but they need to get back to the point faster if they want to hold on here. The High Noon is going to make it even harder to stall for this 4 minutes that they're going to need to. If someone needs to touch the point, there's no one there. And Hyperion dropping the ball right there as the Weird Squad wins King's Row, tying this series up 1-1.
Yeah, it's a series, all right. And we saw that the Blizzard wasn't even really a big factor in the win condition of that fight. It was just pure, unadulterated aggression from the Weird Squad, taking a fight to the Zen in that back corner, thinking that when they were safe. But we see this play of the game coming in from CFCK about just the mines and getting a 4 or 5K in addition to that. And that is going to be a tie game between Weird Squad and Hyperion. And we see a lot of different compositions coming up from both of these squads. It seems like they can play a variety of these different kind of approaches depending on the map, but Weird Squad looking a lot more comfortable there in King's Row.
Yeah, and we are going to be kind of keeping our eyes on the Weird Squad right now, because that was unprecedented what they just did. It was a textbook snowball right there. They got into the map fast, and well, we don't even have time to analyze King's Row all that much, as we are immediately on to the next map. These teams are not letting up the punches. It's Watch Point Gibraltar.
Yeah, this one might be a little bit more tough to play that brawl composition, but it doesn't matter because we can actually we are going to see a pause here for just a minute. The Weird Squad can play that double bubble composition to a pretty high level as well, so we probably will see that coming out from them. But it seems like they don't want to play that ball Zarya composition yet at all, right? They tried that on Ilios Lighthouse, didn't work for them at all. So just wanted to see exactly what kind of composition is going to round out here. But I think this is mostly just focusing on Hyperion. What do they want to do now that this is their map choice, right? So Gibraltar is their map, just as King's Row was Weird Squads, right? So as long as you're winning your map picks, everything is in good shape. But pressure's on Hyperion to win their own map.
I feel like this might be an admittance of defeat right here for Hyperion. They pulled out the brawl and got the hold on the Ball Zarya composition on Rialto yesterday, and then it just happened to them on King's Row. So they want to go to a map where you're not going to have to deal with that Ryan Zarya at all.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they want to play to their strengths mostly, right? Hyperion has been playing really well, Steve Zakay and Dark Lord on the Ball D.Va, as well as Train Max Power and Elliot on, either the long range hit scan and an echo combination of the sorts, right? So that's the combination that they want to play, and they can play that pretty well, especially on Gibraltar Point A is pretty well. They have all these long sight lines for Elliot to have for that long range DPS. So this is exactly. It makes complete sense why they go to Gibraltar. It's a good map pick for what their strengths are as a team.
Yeah, and I do gotta wonder, we have not been seeing Elliot getting a pocket at all.
Hmm.
Hardly even a Zen at most times. Sometimes swaps over to it, but for the most part, they're on the Baptiste. So how do you feel about the value Elliot is getting without that pocket?
Just seems he's getting a decent amount of value, getting a decent amount of damage in, but I completely agree. I think a pocket, that Mercy pocket, would do wonders for them, to enable the way that they want to play. But whether it be a hero pool thing or whether it be just how they approach the composition, that could be something that we'd have to ask them about after the fact, because that's a curiosity I have myself about why they want to play the compositions that they're playing.
And I do kind of wonder, I would maybe like to see, yeah, there we go, a Sombra come out, because if you're going to, as we have been saying, is a super, super high level flex support. So if you're going to be playing that flex support almost like a DPS at times, might as well have a hero with more utility than, say, straight up damage in the DPS lineup.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, but the real storyline here is the composition that Weird Squad is coming out with. I said a little bit that it's a little bit going to be harder to play Brawl composition on Gibraltar, but Weird Squad didn't hear me, or they just straight up didn't care, because they're going to try and spawn camp Hyperion here on Gibraltar Point A.
To be honest, how I want to see Hyperion handle this is just stay on the high ground and do not give the Weird Squad any sort of semblance of control right now. You can see they got the Symmetra to get right over to the other high ground, so they got a nice crossfire, and yet Catatrix will still go down in the crossfire. Up on the high ground, they're not really getting a lot of value.
That was a perfectly executed, I say, quote-unquote dive. They were able to just go right onto Dark Lord, as he was the only one that was kind of on the ground or fell to the ground. But this is really just a play for time, right? So the longer they can hold this in this kind of spot here, the better it is for their defense, just trying to soak up as much time as possible, contesting the cart here right before even the bridge.
Yeah, this is less of a composition and more of a puzzle for Hyperion to figure out. And it's just, like you said, stalling for time. They are stalling out this cart for as long as possible, and there's not really a way with this current composition for Hyperion to contest them. The Immortality Field will keep them up just long enough for the healing to come out, and you can see Neutral is standing on the opposing high ground, uncontested, just healing this composition over and over again. Finally, Hyperion cracks the code with a Pulse Bomb in there to catch Super Gomez with it, and everyone else gets hit by the splash damage. And that will be the hold broken, but already a good minute 15 off the clock.
Yeah, the one thing that also does is that not only does it take all that time out, but it builds some ultimates, right? So Railgun is almost 75% of the way to that. Blizzard, as well as Basilisk, already having a beat ready to go to counteract this Elliot EMP that's going to be coming out in this next upcoming fight.
Yep. And under the bridge right here is really the perfect situation for the Weird Squad to be. They have another hold position where they can do just what they were doing on the previous point, play inside this little area, but they weren't expecting the EMP. All 5 caught, and yet they all just hang out inside the Immortality Field. Neutral was not hit. That EMP more or less got nothing, and now they get the re-engage with the Ant Matrix, with the Sound Barrier. They got all the damage and all the sustain they need in the world. They're looking to sweep right through this first, or destroy this first point hold right now, as Hyperion, they are not really getting the kills. Finally, once all the ultimates are burned away, burning through that defense, and even though that looked like a good opening for the Weird Squad, Hyperion just backed up.
Yeah, I mean, if they play this composition right, the map geography favors a Hyperion and how they want to play this, right? Even with the aggression that Super Gomez and the rest of the Weird Squad can come out with, as long as they can temper that and sustain through that, the advantage is entirely on how Hyperion can play this, right? So they have a lot more range from and mobility, and they ults to be able to counteract it as well. But Super Gomez has the Shatter and is ready to use it.
Yeah, the 360 right onto Steve CK, though Neutral goes down in the chaos, trading 1-for-1 right now, and that's the Immortality Field and the flashbang out of the picture for the Weird Squad. They're kind of left alone on the ground right now. If the Hyperion are able to get a quick regroup, this should be easy pickings for them.
And we do see that Steve CK does have those mines, but the longer they keep letting Super Gomez contest this cart. So this has been such a master class by Weird Squad in just delaying, slowing down every single fight, making sure that if the Hyperion squad wants to actually win any of these fights, it's going to take them a long time to do so.
Yeah, Chen Max Power will get the cleanup right there, so the cart continues rolling forward. Weird Squad trying to take the high ground, but Hyperion doesn't really want to give that up. Just committing the wall right away to shut down Hm's amplification matrix right there as Trendmax Power assists in clearing the high ground, and it's all Hyperion's game now.
And Elliot has another EMP ready to go, and Basilisk does not have that beat to be able to counteract it. An important note is that Elliot got Basilisk with the EMP the last time around, but no one was in a position to follow up with it. So let's see if they get more high game-winning impact with this EMP this time.
Yeah, again, holding this high ground right here, Paralysis is somehow uncontested. Going for using this Amp Matrix to pick off Trendmax Power in just 2 clean body shots. And Hyperion is struggling a little bit to get out of this dropship area.
Yeah, it's really interesting that they seem to be struggling with this kind of brawl-based composition, even with the map being able to be favoring them. But again, they still have this EMP ready to go. It's just all about where is Basilisk hiding, because they have to know that Elliot is going to be coming out with this EMP.
And Neutral getting hacked in the backline isn't going to get the value you would want. Almost bursted down, but Lunacy, the peel was there. Now the slam coming in onto the front line. But again, Super Gomez and Paralysis are playing under this cover, this awning so well, making sure they're never exposed to so much damage that they're bursted down before someone can come peel for them. Lunacy, though, losing the mech, though. Now a lot of that peel is taken away. Trendmax Power might have just cracked open this egg. Here, floating above the squad. Paralysis trying to get an angle on them, but doesn't want to expose themselves to too much damage. The EMP does catch Railgun, but not before they throw out the Blizzard, and that means 2 of their members are down in the back. That EMP, once again, not getting the value you want to see.
Yeah, they might have to consider something a little bit different here. Just not getting the, like you said, the value from the DMPs, but just a lot of investment from the Weird Squad to counteract it. They knew it was coming. They had that beat ready to go, and they invest the Blizzard as well going into that too, right? So it was fairly expensive for the Weird Squad, but they're still in a great position. They've taken the high ground, which is already kind of hard to take in their own right from Hyperion. So this is a great position that Weird Squad is in, as Paralysis has a high noon, and this is a perfect spot for him to use it.
Yeah, they have no real way to contest the cart from up here, but I don't think they care. Because even if they catch 1 or 2 people in the rotation with this high noon, they're still going to be working wonders. Dropping the minefield on top of the dropship, though. That's a play I have never seen before, but it did clear it out just as well. So I'd say Steve CK patting themselves on the back. But the Weird Squad didn't suffer any casualties. Going to be going for the grab in the front line. Big shatter, though. Trendmax Power getting the duplicate up, but charged out before they can hit a shatter of their own, and Paralysis getting the hold. This was Hyperion's counterpick. This was their big chance to turn things around, and it's not looking like that's going to happen as overtime expires on the second point. And Hyperion gets held there. The Weird Squad, a masterful use of this brawl composition.
I have to say, if any of you out there are watching and you don't like the current meta of Ball, and you're tired of playing Ball, you're tired of playing Sombra Echo and the way that composition is played, and you just want to go back to the old days of Ryan Zarya, Weird Squad, you guys are an inspiration. I'll just say that right now, because you're playing this brawl composition, which I don't think should work in these type of situations, but they're playing it to such a degree and making Hyperion have such a tough time with that it's working. And for all those people, like I said, that like to play Ryan compositions and seeing it have this level of success, like I said, that's exactly what you want to see, and that puts a tear in those Ryan mains' eyes.
Oh, there's a tear in my eyes for sure. What I'm seeing from the Weird Squad is maximizing their strengths and minimizing their weaknesses. You can see where they're holding in that tiny room by spawn, in the overhang where they don't have to expose themselves to too much damage at once, right under the bridge, and they're backing up behind those cargo containers. They're always making sure they're exposed to minimal amounts of damage until they're on top of Hyperion's squad, and that's working wonders for them. I kind of wonder how Hyperion are gonna play this out, because I think the only answer is not interacting.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting to see how they do this on the defense, though, because Hyperion now on their defense gets to choose how and when they take these fights, right? So they are going to be using that Sombra or the Symmetra to try and take that high ground bridge, but with a big purple coming out, that is a 5-man purple. Oh my god.
Yeah, and everyone's at half health, but the Weird Squad is able to heal up quick enough, and now they're right on top of the enemy team. The dive wasn't quite there. Super Gomez, they're trying to get out of there, will be taken down, and now there's no one to block that second anti-nade 3 seconds away from another one. This might have been the answer all along. Just throw the anti-nades in.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you have all that sustain that this brawl composition that Super Gomez and the rest of the Weird Squad want to play, well, that's fine because you can just throw a well-timed and perfectly placed purple in the backline and just negate all of that sustain right there, as we see. So this could be the key to what Hyperion was looking for to try and break up what the Weird Squad has and what they've kind of brought to the table, which is much surprising. But they have brought the cart all the way under the bridge, and they are making progress with it.
Yeah, but by the time they're making progress, Elliot is almost to that EMP, and they're in wide open waters, folks. This is prime opportunity for Sombra to get this, but instead the Weird Squad backing up into the server room, not wanting to be easy pickings for the Hyperion squad. Gonna be playing it safe, playing it secure, throwing down these secret grenades, but now that's going to be them on the high ground. The huge EMP, though. 5 people, and Super Gomez, the one person not caught, will be demolished. Hyperion turning things around on the defense.
And that is one of the weaknesses of this brawl comp, is it's a very slow moving one, even with that Lucio. So perfect example for Elliot to be able to take that opportunity in that rotation, getting a 5-man EMP, getting Basilisk in that, getting everyone, and that was just an automatic fight win for Hyperion, and they have a lot of win conditions to keep going with this. They have that duplicate copy ready to go, and they have that Primal Rage for sustain, as well as Darkle is going to be able to use that graph coming up here soon. So this is in great position for Hyperion going forward.
Super Gomez knocked off the high ground. It's a more classical dive composition, but Paralysis and Railgun coming up on their ultimates. This Blizzard has been so good so many times before. Steve CK caught in the Blizzard. They will survive, but the grab from the high ropes right as the sound barrier is expiring. Got to kill Paralysis as soon as the high noon is popped. There's a huge opportunity for stabilization right here from Hyperion, and even though they're fighting from behind the Maywall, they're going to take it. Getting inside the bubble to avoid that self-destruct, and now a minute 30. They're continuing this fight. Super Gomez just jumping in, trying to take out the Mercy, but the anti-nade prevents Super Gomez from doing it.
Yeah, that peel from him was absolutely perfect. And we see Super Gomez had swapped over to the Winston in that fight previous, so I think they recognized that they needed to change that playstyle after some of the effectiveness the Hyperion is catching on to the error of their ways in handling this brawl competition before. And I think Hyperion has found new life here on Gibraltar, and this is their map pick, so they are very comfortable here, and this might be a reason why.
Trying to catch Lunacy before they remix. Steve CK can't quite do it, and so Lunacy is going to be in the mech for this fight. Elliot, though, sitting pretty with the EMP right as the dive comes in. They can get in, but they can't get out. Unfortunately, the Weird Squad, they're happy to be up on the high ropes. They don't care, even though they will be losing that mech. The Hyperion, they're in dire straits right now. With only a few meters to go, they can't get off the cart. They can't. Oh, man. Only 0.8 meters, and even though they do eventually die, that was a close one. The Weird Squad moving on.
And Elliot only getting Railgun with that EMP, and the duplicate coming out as that Lucio gets quickly negated. Regardless, big win for Weird Squad to continue their fight on Gibraltar. Just trying to take this high ground, but Super Gomez taking so much damage. It's all about that control for this map on the top of the shuttle. As you can see that the Hyperion just taking a little bit more emphasis and having more players up there, but this is going to be a battle.
Nano Boost is going to give Hyperion an edge in that battle, though.
Oh my god.
Even as this high Primal Rage gets knocked off the high ground because the hack makes it pretty much a big angry billboard. Super Gomez gets antied right as they're coming up, and Hyperion is holding strong on this high ground, but they need to find a way to keep Steve CK alive on the low ground. They're going to go down, and the EMP comes out, but Basilisk wasn't caught. The sound barrier is there to keep their team alive through the chaos. Was going for that counterplay right there, and now Hum is caught in the back line. They're getting pocketed, but they're still going so low, keeping the rest of their team alive. The peel from Catatrix, never letting them down. Lunacy will catch Tran max power with the self-destruct, and the kills are looking awful. Blue in the kill feed to me. For the Weird Squad, they keep getting held up time and time again.
And it seemed like all the attention just trying to keep him alive. That perfect peel from Catatrix, though, it's just that effort in the amount of resource, the attention as a resource, right? And because of that, slowly but surely, Weird Squad kept pushing, kept no matter what, and that was a Weird Squad map win.
And the Weird Squad up 2-1 right now, and looking kind of dominant now that they found their footing in this brawl composition. They tried some other stuff in the initial round, and they just got the happy news that they did not, in fact, win. Being informed there is another map. So going into the next one, losers finals continuing on now, and I gotta wonder, that looked like some nice adaptations from Hyperion until it came down to the wire, and then the Weird Squad were right back at him with another adaptation, the classical dive.
Yeah, I think Guy Esports Hyperion is slowly but surely learning how to play against Weird Squad's idiosyncrasies, right? That brawl comp and their preferences. But Weird Squad had their own adaptations to have, right? To come to the party with. And all they had to do was just take it to not even the full length of Gibraltar, right? They just need to get it past the spaceship of Street's Face, right? In the second point. So it was not as much of a margin for error that Weird Squad needed to have, even with almost getting full held on that point A. So they're up 2-1 here, and Guy Esports has lost their own map. So we talked about that before Gibraltar, and now this is spelling dire straits for them as to let's see what map they choose here, which could potentially be their final map of the Vexo Overwatch Cup.
Yeah, and that's the thing about those weird compositions that do have a weakness. You just gotta figure it out. Gaia Esports did figure out a way to deal with the brawl composition, but the damage was already done by the time they figured it out. So what I'm looking for here, if the Weird Squad come out with something weird again, like the brawl composition, they can't let the damage be done early. They need to get a good push under their belt so they have time to make mistakes the second go around.
Yeah, I mean, the Weird Squad is staying true to their name, honestly, and pretty much making themselves as unpredictable as possible in every which way, right? Exactly when they think that there's no way they're going to run brawl compositions on Gibraltar defense. No, they're going to do it, and they're going to try and spawn camp you in the cart at the beginning for as long as possible, right? So they pretty much paid off. That bet and that gamble paid off for them, holding off as much time as possible in that point A and making every fight super, super slow for Guy Esports Hyperion, right? Even if they were winning those fights eventually, it was really Weird Squad winning in the end because they won the war and not just those battles.
And to be honest, the thing about the counter that I love that won them the battles is was going up against a Rhine and a Diva, two of the best characters for making sure anti-nades can't get any ground.
Yeah.
And then they just weren't blocking it. Super Gomez and Lunacy, they got a couple anti-nades, but for the most part, was hitting every single one they threw, at least 3 people. And to me, that doesn't speak to a mistake from Super Gomez and Lunacy so much as just how nutty is with those timings.
Yeah, it really is a testament to what Whom can do on just a mechanical skill ability when they're so focused on that aggression getting into you. That could be a really showstopper when it comes. But it does seem like we are going to jump to a quick break here before what could be the potential last map of the series. But don't go anywhere because we're going to be right back.
we're back, folks, and right now the Weird Squad is up 2-1 against Hyperion, fighting for the run back against UDG Gaming in the grand finals of the Vexo Overwatch tournament. And either way, these teams are still getting some prize money. They've made it to the top echelon. I feel like we should mention, though, third place, it's only $45. So neither of these teams wants to fall here and now. They want to go all the way to grands to get a shot at the grand prize of, I believe, $165. That percentage of the 400, that is the total prize pool.
Yeah, I mean, they're not just playing for, bragging rights here, although that is a really important part of the why these teams play, especially at this high level. But they want to make some money. They want this to be worth their time for this weekend, this Valentine's Day weekend. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. For who didn't get a Valentine, you guys can have me and have Kilo here and have the rest of the squad at Vexo as your Valentine. But what the next map, more importantly, going into it will be Temple of Anubis. So this is Hyperion's pick or second pick in a row because they lost their other map pick in Gibraltar. So let's see. I mean, this could be another comp or a map where Super Gomez and the rest of Weird Squad can use that brawl composition if they rotate correctly. So this might be playing right into the hands of Weird Squad.
And this is where we saw Gaia Esports play a bit of an unorthodox composition the other day. I believe they still defaulted to a bit of Balzaria, but they did run some Reinhardt with, I believe, the Sombra McCree on this point, but that was mostly to counter a Wrecking Ball. I don't know how effective that's going to be against a straight-up brawl composition.
Yeah, we tried to see, we saw a little bit on Kings Row third point, the Rhine v Rhine, right, between both of these teams. So maybe we'll get back to that. Maybe Hyperion will want to go and try and make this and take this Weird Squad head on in the play style that they're comfortable with and play their game and play it better. So we'll see here once we get into this map. But the pressure is really on Hyperion to really execute on their own map type, right? So they win and they go home with only $45, right? But they want a date with UDG at the end of this Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not going to be with your lover, you might as well be with your rival right now. And both these teams have quite the rivalry with UDG. Both of them, like we said, falling to UDG earlier in this tournament. And both of them seem to have strategies picked out in order to deal with the Wrecking Ball style. I am excited to see these teams once they've had prep time against the terror that is UDG.
And more importantly, you have to wonder if UDG is watching this because they're going to be playing whoever wins this game right after this. They're seeing what Weird Squad is doing, right? They're seeing these compositions come out. So the question is, how comfortable, how confident are they in being able to do what apparently Hyperion cannot so far in negating all of that brawl composition that Super Gomez and the rest of Weird Squad wants to do, right? So this has been really unique in how they're trying to build this far. We see even more uniqueness coming out from Weird Squad as we see that Super Gomez and Lunacy are going to be going Orisa Diva. We don't know if this is actually going to be seen, but it seems like that's what they want to play. So this is a pretty curious comp. I haven't seen too much of this. Don't really see too much Orisa anymore after the days of double shield are gone. We've seen Ball kind of take over as to be one of the more meta dominant tanks. But this is really curious coming from Weird Squad. Again, they just keep being the most unpredictable team in this tournament. So it's all going to be about how Hyperion reacts to a Diva Orisa May. So this is going to be the anti-Ball composition for sure.
Yeah, this is probably one of the most stable compositions I have ever seen. The Orisa Diva doesn't have a ton of utility, but the thing is, it is the best for mitigating all sorts of damage. So what they want to do here is just stall out on this high ground for as long as possible, immovable against the current that is Hyperion, and make sure that they can't really play the game.
Yeah, this is going to be, they just have to take their time here as Hyperion is kind of trying to debug this in real time before they actually go in any earnest. But what it also is, it's also very anti-flanker, right? So Steve's going to try and boop them off the high ground and does it successfully, but they should have been able to track that. How did they not see him coming from behind?
This creates an opening for Hyperion to execute the rotation. The Immortality Field and turret burned already as well. The opportunity right now for Hyperion to get in there. You can see damage coming from both sides. Elliot on the top, Tran Max in the back, and both of them layering a ton of damage. This time, Catatrix is on the Mercy, giving Tran Max power, that amazing DPS boost. And they're using that to pressure down Super Gomez now as they're finally battered off the high ground. There's no Orisa up there to save them, but they don't really care about that. In the back line, Hyperion, they're getting frozen up. They're getting battered to pieces. Left out to dry right now as this May railgun, it was a tear until Transmax Power was back in play. The full charge Zarya not able to survive much longer. His paralysis is there, punishing the aggression. And
Honestly, I thought that was going to be completely won by Hyperion because they had the advantage in terms of that positional, right? They had Transmax Power and Catatrix with that pocket behind Super Gomez, and just when you can get behind the Orisa and make them be turning around and 360ing all over the place, that's a good spot to be. But nevertheless, Neutral using that window in that enclosed area on the right near that Mega and getting a bunch of kills alongside Paralysis. And they have a lot of ults to work with, so this is really good positioning for Weird Squad.
yeah, Hyperion going for the rotation around the back again. Able to get through while everyone is focused on CK, but once again, they got to contend with Railgun, who this time is going to have Blizzard, or they maybe won't need it, as Catatrix goes down early to the self-destruct, and now your push is dead in the water.
And what they can do with this composition is just make sure that cutting off that entire right side from the Mega to make sure that no one ever wants to go through that way. You can wall off with the Mei. You have the Torb turret to be able to add that damage in. Molten Core is ready to go, as well as that Blizzard. So even with all the ultimates coming in from Hyperion ready to go, they can be set for the long haul as Weird Squad, as the Steve CK tries to go in there, but again, really getting cut down with efficiency.
The early supercharger with the nano boost damage is enough to finish off Steve CK, and I'm not sure they want to go for their grand last glorious charge without their wrecking ball there. So Hyperion holding on for the respawn.
And more importantly, there's only 1 minute left to go, and this is a perfect spot for that Blizzard as we see it coming on. A lot of Qs being pressed here.
Yeah, the Blizzard into the Molten Core. No one can move. They're stuck to the ground with a bunch of Molten Metal there. It's not going to be a draw, at least, with 1 tick coming out, but the Weird Squad, they are able to rotate around the back of the point. They're not really worried about giving up this tick right now, as they have the resources to stall it out. Transmax Power going for the duplicate onto the Orisa. That will be enough to continue this hold, but now only 20 seconds left. Where's the answer?
Just when we thought that we were done seeing the Orisa v Orisa matchup, since Transmax Power tried to copy Super Gomez and didn't even live that long, but this is going to be final fight, and they've only gotten 50%, and Hyperion doesn't have anything really to show for it. Basilisk has that rally to come up for even more sustained.
Yeah, but going up there for the kill will leave them wide open to Elliot's blast, and now without Railgun, that's a lot of the ways they deal with Steve CK. A big opportunity right here in overtime for Hyperion to get something done. They gotta act fast though. They can't let the Weird Squad stagnate out inside. You can see Dark Lord right now, they're clinging to this immortality field. It was the only thing keeping them alive, but now that Bob is out, he's doing something. He's inside that room, making sure that the Weird Squad can't exist there. Dark Lord couldn't get away from it, the self-destruct, but it doesn't matter. The rest of their team was. They bought the time they needed, and now they are just kettling the Weird Squad. They're all stuck in this point, jumping down to try and contest it, and it's just one after another, like clay pigeons shot out of the sky by Elliot and Transmax Power. Gonna be the point finally flipping over, and in overtime, Hyperion get a second chance.
Cutting it quite close there, Hyperion, but one important thing is Elliot finding the pick on Railgun when Railgun was trying to confirm the kill and the stagger in that back left high ground. In the early going of that fight, which really set the tone and gave them an advantage, at least in the numbers, right? And they invest the supercharger in that fight. I thought it was Super Gomez was going to swap off, but no. They want to stay on this Orisa comp, and they overinvest in that. So Transmax Power has this duplicate ready to go, and let's see if he does another Orisa copy, because that is another high value, getting a Bongo relatively fast. And this could be go time, especially with those picks.
Yeah, they got the Bob on lock as well. Hyperion needs to act fast though, clear out the stragglers, make sure any respawns are just stalls. Going to get the duplicate onto the main, maybe get a Blizzard of their own on the field. Hyperion making sure that they can't get a lot of traction out there. Transmax Power crucially able to build up to that Blizzard, isolate the right side of the map. Now it's going to be the rally coming out of spawn from the opposing side, but the respawn's there, not quite as good. Catatrix though stands in the Molten Core a little bit too long, and It's not going to be looking good for them. 2 ticks for them already, but the respawns are all there for the Weird Squad. Steve CK, though, knocks them all up into the air, does a lot of damage. They were all bunched up, ready to be slammed. And fighting on the bridge now, it's hard to stay alive.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how much value they can get here as Steve CK is able to find Lunacy out of mech. And this fight isn't even over yet, but he has those mines, and they're going to be able to use him for that contest.
Yep. This is going to be Hyperion keeping a cool head right now. It would have been easy to go into panic mode right there and drop more than a couple picks, but they're getting the kills instead, and hiding inside the minefield means they are pretty safe, not having to worry about that charge or that tracer, because neither of them can get that much mobility as the point will finally flip over. And 1 minute and 3 seconds left. Hyperion, after almost getting full held, will capture the second point of Anubis with 1 minute and 3 seconds.
And that's important, right? You want to have more than a minute if you cap time on this 2CP, right? To be able to guarantee yourself some more time and than the other team if they were to cap, especially with no time left, right? So that's going to be really important for the next rounds to come. So Hyperion definitely breathing a sigh of relief after that first attack on point A, because that was looking very precarious for them. I don't know. They're just seeing these compositions that Weird Squad is throwing at them, and they're trying to kind of decode them in real time, right? They're doing a decent job of it, right? But the fact is, the more time that Weird Squad has on these compositions and they let these ultimates build, the stronger that kind of niche comp or cheese comp, if you want to call it, becomes, right? You have all the brig rally, you get that Tor Bolt that's so good at displacing people. You have the Bongo, which is always a strong ultimate, even if Orisa isn't meta right now. So really well done by Weird Squad to, make Hyperion sweat there for a long time. And even if they give up a little bit over a minute, they have to be happy with how they played that, especially with how Hyperion was kind of questioning themselves for most of that. But here we go. Weird Squad back on this Rhine composition that he'd been so comfortable with ever since that first map.
Yeah, and what I'm looking for here is disrupt the rotations early, because the Weird Squad, they're going to have to take a while for each of the rotations, because they got to commit at least a Maywall or a speed boost to get through each choke point. But maybe they're not going for the traditional rotation at all, especially with Basilisk falling from the sky to go for the boop. Not going to get it, and they almost pay for their life, but this was not the expected rotation right now, and they've already taken the aerial duo out of the sky.
And that's crazy. The Basilisk wins. He's like, hey guys, I got this. I'm going to go try and boop everyone off the high ground. And then that's the initial, the green light for the dive, so to speak, or the speed and the initiation of that fight. And just like that, Weird Squad getting the first point of this Temple of Anubis. There might be some contest by Transmax Power. Nope. Paralysis says, nah, I'm good. So, wow, they have over 6 minutes to try and get this point B, and this could be snowball potential. Oh, no.
Yeah, they got the staggers, too. Elliot and Catatrix down, and the respawns are there because of 2CP, but there's not going to be good positions at all for Hyperion. Now, this is looking dicey for them. The Weird Squad rolling in. If they capture this point, with 5 minutes, it's almost guaranteed that they're going to be going to the grand finals, but you can never count them out. Hyperion never going to go down without a fight, and while the Weird Squad was so eager to capitalize on the slow respawns, Hyperion was happy to capitalize on their capitalization. The Uno reverse card.
We're just capitalizing on everything here. It's a gig economy, as we see. But as we see Basilisk all the way in the back line and finally trying to punish them. But they do have some ultimates ready to go. Even if they did make some swaps, Steve CK has those mines ready to displace the moment they try and take this fight to point. But they do have that Blizzard, which is oh so important, and there's really no support ult other than the Immortality Field to be able to negate that Blizzard. So they're going to want to rotate around this left-hand side and, again, make this fight happen on point. That way it can happen and have it Super Gomez have this advantage with the Reinhardt.
Steve CK had hit a couple more shots, they would have had those mines, but now they got to try and find a way to place them on the point. Gonna be dropping them right in front of them, and the Bob's gonna be nullified by the wall for a second, but they're not gonna be caught in the Blizzard, and so the Amplification Matrix is gonna make that Bob one of the most deadly turrets ever seen to mankind. Super Gomez caught out from away from their team, and Hyperion, even though they gave up a tick, they're gonna be stable for now.
Yeah, it's just more of a bend but don't break kind of mentality here for Hyperion right now, especially because they need to play this ult economy super safe, right? Dark Lord almost has that Graviton Surge, and Transmax Power has another copy coming up. But they invested both support ultimates into that fight, as well as those mines, so it was relatively expensive for Gaia Esports, but they keep letting Weird Squad take these rotations, even with all the spam that they can throw at them. They're doing a good job of negating it.
Yeah. Once again, going for the same rotation around the back. Basilisk not going to be falling this time. They're going to have the sound barrier, and I expect them to maybe use it offensively here. Not a lot they have to worry about unless the Graviton comes online from Dark Lord. Basilisk has it on lock, though, and you can see the Weird Squad playing it a lot safer than before. Don't want to get booped away from their teammates, away from their healers, away from the one thing keeping them alive. But now it's going to be CK dropping into the backline onto Basilisk in neutral, but they got the sound barrier, and they're getting very aggressive. The Graviton is eaten. They don't have to worry about it at all. And now this is looking very shaky waters for Hyperion. Going to be dropping the bomb on the point, but the charge will eliminate them, and now it's just this Dark Lord charging on point with Reinhardt hoping for a pick, but the Blizzard is there already from Railgun. There's not really any hope of a stall left. Booping Trandmax power into the sky. The shield is giving them a lot of time to work with, but it's not enough. Combined on the point are good start, finding Basilisk, killing a lot of the mobility, but one mistake from Hyperion means the end of this round. They're not dropping that mistake quite yet, but all the stall heroes are out in full display now, and I don't even see who's left on the point. It was just Catatrix bouncing around, but somehow they still maintain their life through it. The bomb on the point might be the last thing they need to finally clear it off. CK can't hide from it, but the Tracer was there to blink on to keep the stall going, but it can't last forever as Hyperion finally get off the point. And the Weird Squad with 2 minutes and 40 seconds claim point B.
And this is now officially Weird Squad's game to win, right? So, or more importantly, their game to lose, right? Because they are just taking the fight to Hyperion in every which way they want. My favorite part about that, they were just hiding in that back behind that cubby behind point for so long, and Super Gomez taking so much time, so much damage on his shield, but he pressed shift as soon as Basilisk threw that beat out, so you knew it was coordinated. It's like, all right, in 3, 2, 1, we're gonna go into that Zarya and just delete the Zarya, and then now they don't have any point presence ready to go, regardless of the other win conditions that Hyperion had. So that was so admirable. I'm saying I love this. This is inspirational in terms of you can play these brawl compositions to good effect if you are coordinated in doing so, right? Otherwise, Hyperion's a good team. They will rip you apart with this comp because of how much damage it is and the coordination they have. But Weird Squad is just playing this brawl comp to perfection and just making all the pressure in all the right places.
Yeah, and Hyperion right now, I gotta wonder, how are they feeling after that stall? Because they only got 1 minute and 3 seconds to push on to this point, and it's not looking pretty for them. 2 minutes and 40 seconds, it doesn't seem like that much more, but that's at least 1 or 2 ultimate pushes for the Weird Squad, while Hyperion might not even get any.
Yeah, Hyperion's going to have time for, I think, one good push, right? So they're going to, again, they like to play the ball compositions here, especially on Temple of Numa so far. That's going to give them enough time to be able to get set up and stage in the positions that they want, and especially get Transmax Power and and Catatrix on that pocket in the positions behind the platform that they want to be in as well. Now, that didn't really work for them the first time around when they tried to do that, right? So this is by no guarantee going to work. But yeah, this is really one fight territory for Hyperion, maybe 2 with a recontest. It just depends on how fast they want to play these fights, because the ball composition, you don't just go in instantly, or you see people and you dive in. That is not how that works, right? You need to have coordinated stages with your DPS to be able to dive those people in the back line or dive whoever your target is and try and entrap them and surround them. And that takes time to set up. So we'll see how disciplined and coordinated Hyperion's going to be here with only 1 minute and 3 seconds to be able to win this map out. But it's still very winnable for them.
Now, if you... the name of the game right now, like you said, is disrupting the rotations. If you were Hyperion, where would you want to catch the Weird Squad as they're going through onto the high ground, and how?
Well, it depends on. Well, I know at least on point B, they needed to be caught right before they went into that room on the left hand side. But when we're talking about point A, you can let them have that inside in right hand side of of point if we're looking directly at the spawn door. But try and get all of that poke right before they get to that entrance, as well as that they aggress onto the platform. Just as long as you have to make sure they don't get to point, right? Have the high ground control, make sure that that is, making sure that's a threat that they have to deal with, right? There's nothing more aggravating as a tank or sorry, as a supporter or a DPS that's trying to do their job, but they're getting mowed down from high ground and your tanks can't contest that, right? Lunacy can only be at one place at one time and Super Gomez can't fly on the Reinhardt. So use that high ground to your advantage. Use the high ground from the distance. Maybe bring out that Ashe again with that Mercy pocket and try and get some dinks from distance before they are able to aggress onto the point from that platform, because that's the rotation they've been taking so far.
Yeah, and name of the game, keeping them off the point, because once they're on that point, it's always really scary, because you make one mistake and then boom, they have a tick. Another mistake, they get the point. And we're going to be seeing if Hyperion is able to avoid those mistakes altogether by catching them where you said, as we're finally getting unpaused and into the round. And from the looks of it, it's going to be a return to that Orisa D.Va style we saw earlier.
Yeah, and now that they know what to expect here with this Orisa composition, how are they going to treat this the second time around, right? I mean, they've seen they were barely able to get past it in the first push on round 1. So how will the rest of Hyperion be able to negate this? And they only have a minute to do this. So it's a uphill battle for Hyperion right now, but it is not over. We can get a really critical hack. You can get a big boop from Steve CK or a big purple from A lot of these do have some game-breaking, game-winning abilities at their hands. They just have to play right and execute.
I actually kind of wonder, is going to throw the anti-nade all the way up? They know exactly where they're holding. It'd be prime opportunity to do it. I'm waiting to see. No, it doesn't look like it. Instead, using it in a more traditional manner. Catching them in the rotation, though, that's going to be Tranmax Power caught in the side room, as this rotation is coming out a little bit slow. They are forcing the Weird Squad to rotate to a spot they don't want to be, though.
Yeah, this is pretty awkward positioning for them, but they're still okay, right? They still have decent high health, but they only have 30 seconds left to go, right? So this is going to be last final fight for them, but this is a good spot for the Weird Squad to be with this Orisa, but they will be contesting before they have that tick.
Yeah, again, Super Gomez in the corner is great. You got the bunker set up there, but with Lunacy getting out of mech and out of life early, it's going to be tougher to get the peel going. You're not going to have the D.Va there as a backup. You have to rely a lot more on the rest of your team. It's going to be Orisa in the back, but it is overtime now, and they need to find a way to stay on this point, prevent any more ticks from coming out. But as the Weird Squad come out of their hiding spots, they're met by a full charge, nanoed up deep Zarya, and Dark Lord has no mercy for them whatsoever, as they got 30 more seconds to make a miracle happen. Hyperion, they're looking strong.
And all that they really have to work with here, at least for Weird Squad to be able to build this, Railgun has to build this Blizzard super fast, because this fight is going to take place on point whether they like it or not because of the time constrictions. And Transmax Power needs to get this duplicate ready to go. I think he might be able to copy the Orisa again for that bongo, but your guess is as good as mine here.
Yeah, going to be dropping that amplification matrix already, and overtime is triggered at the last possible moment. Dark Lord gonna fall early, so not gonna have access to that graviton, and as Bob tries to go on to point, the wall is gonna stop them. It's all up to Tranmax Power, who has duplicated the Brigida to keep overtime going, but they're falling faster and faster. Basilisk will go down, but who would follow up on that pick, even if there were anyone there? No supports on the field for the Weird Squad, but they're holding strong with the bongo behind them anyways, as they don't let any percentage comes out.
That wall and the Blizzard by Railgun was just devastating to Hyperion. No matter what they wanted to do, especially devastating the Transmax Power. He copies the Brigida thinking that they're going to start brawling on point, especially along with the rest of the team. But no, because you get cut off, and now it's kind of like saving Private Transmax Power all the way in the back enemy lines. You're just a duplicate, and you have nothing left as the rest of your team is dying. So really well executed by Weird Squad with a combination of the bongo there, just shredding through all that's left of Hyperion. And now Weird Squad has a very clear-cut win condition, right? They have to get at least one tick on point B to be able to claim victory and get another meeting with UDG right after this.
Yeah, the Weird Squad sticking to their guns on this attack. They have time to build up some ultimates, and they have time to whittle down, wait for Hyperion to make a mistake. Meanwhile, sticking on this Ana, going to trying to use these anti-grenades to maximum effect, catch them in the rotation, and if any of them go purple, you know Steve CK and Trend Max Power are going to be there for the follow-up.
And when Elliot is back on the Sombra, has been one of his favorite picks here so far. But, excuse me, this will be interesting to get some early scouting to see. Not much. I mean, we know exactly what they're going to be playing at this point. You know the Weird Squad's tendencies. You know, these maps they've been playing this composition no matter what the map type looks like. And here they're going to get this rotation. Going to go right to point with a massive purple.
Yeah, 2 purples right there. Neutral, not committing the immortality field, though. A lot of discipline. Now they have it for their attack on point, but it is going to be Lunacy isolated, taken out of mech. Once again, a lot of the peel, a lot of the ability to contest the high ground gone, as they haven't even tried to contest the point. They're still hiding from the spam damage coming from the center of the map. They're going up to try and contest Elliot, but they're warping right into the danger zone. Basilisk was the unrelenting hunter right there, but catching CK on their way out. It's an even fight right now, and it's going to favor the Weird Squad right now, but strong. Railgun gets the freeze out onto Dark Lord, and with the tanks back on the field for the Weird Squad, they have the sustain they need to hold on to this point, forcing Hyperion off, and they're going to have over 2 minutes to capture it. Oh. The stall coming out with the Valkyrie is going to let Steve CK survive another day, but luckily they're going to respawn because of how 2CP is, but that stagger did take a while.
Good. Yeah, that's not good at all. And just some of the small details that they do so far has just been very chaotic. I mean, they don't have to go and do this right now. They still have 1 minute and 45 seconds to get this tick. But it seems like Paralysis and the rest of Weird Squad wants to do this right now, especially with the investment of this Blizzard.
Yeah, forcing the supports away. No one can heal the team right now, so you got to get the duplicate, get a lot of extra health, but gonna get shattered to the ground. Can't even use that shield to buy extra time, but it was enough time for the Blizzard to expire, so the Nano Boost is going to be back on the field. Dark is going to get the Nano Boost and hold out for their team, forcing the Weird Squad out.
That was a rather overinvestment on ultimates by the Weird Squad, just trying to end it right there and right now. That could potentially be a big mistake going forward, right? They have no ults, they only have 1 minute left to go, and now the ultimates are more advantageous on Hyperion's side. They have both tank ultimates ready to go, and we know how and Catatrix build their ultimates pretty fast here. So other than this one, Neutral has this amplification matrix. They're not really close to anything, and then they won't be able to get much of this going in to this next and final fight.
And this is going to extend the series quite a bit if Hyperion hold out here. This draw could be detrimental, but the Weird Squad, if they don't get contested, they could win it out here and now go all the way to the grand finals. The binds are dropped by Steve CK just to buy them enough time, and Dark Lord, once again, the grab gets eaten. Not getting a chance to throw that down at all. I don't think we've seen a single Graviton. And right now, Dark is the one isolated, even with the Mercy Pocket. They're barely surviving.
Great wall.
They're finally down, and now Catatrix with the Valkyrie is the only thing keeping their team alive. But it's a nice opportunity. Doomfist coming in, but not able to get the punch to connect with the wall, and the Weird Squad has done it. With this unorthodox composition, they have stamped their ticket to the grand finals as Hyperion are finally taken off the point.
Just so many of the little things that Weird Squad was doing so well that just disrupted everything that Hyperion wanted to do, right? Even on this first point, as we saw, they were able to kind of break through. Basilisk just basically going and Sombra hunting, even getting some of the earlier frags on the Sombra, then going and chasing down, knowing exactly where that TP was going to be. And another small detail was Super Gomez not just hard shielding Dark Lord when he was getting cut out to cut off him from the healing, right? It's all these little details that people don't always see. It's just so awesome to have such a massive effect when it comes into the, the final result of the game. And especially in that last fight, we said that Weird Squad didn't really have any ultimates to work with other than the Inward Amplification Matrix. But then Super Gomez snipes Transmax out of the air with a Fire Strike through that Amplification Matrix, right? And that kind of opened things up. The mines didn't get any value from Steve CK on the point, and they were patient enough and waiting that out, and they just took the fight to them with that great wall, and just they played their composition perfectly, right? They know exactly what they wanted to play, and they played it to pretty good effect, I'd say so. And now they have a UDG coming up right after this.
Yeah. Fox Railgun, I think, was the real kicker right there. The walls constantly breaking up everything that they wanted to do on the amplification matrix, on the Bob. There were barely any ultimates that got to be used. And because of all those shutdowns, they just didn't get to play the game they wanted to play. Hyperion was left in the dark.
And you make a mention of this, Lunacy just being an absolute monster. Did someone not feed this guy today? Because he was just getting eaten ults all left and right in that final map, and just Dark Lord 7 just throwing him all those gravitons was a massive factor as well, right? Those are game-changing ultimates that just aren't being used, right? Or just being completely negated for Hyperion, and they needed those to go their way to be able to tie the matchup, let alone win that map.
But now we're going to take a quick break. The stream will shut down as we get ready for the final match, the grand finals between UDG and the Weird Squad. But it'll be back up soon enough, so don't you worry. The grand finals will be coming up at 8 o'clock. Be there.